Taste the sin. Touch the grass. Hello, Mario. So, we're gonna do this. Okay. Should be good. Damn you, Ruby. Alright. Enough dilly-dallying. I have 920 lunacy. I want to fucking die. My ass is not getting that other ego. There. I made myself slightly larger to feel better about myself and my inadequacies. Before we get started, everyone, for some reason, actually, I'm going to call out specifically VTuber Cora Velorum. Oh shit, you subscribed! Thank you. Are you sure you... Thank you for your vote of confidence, but it's not gonna happen. But anyway, Cora made a post about how she was remaking the fucking chicken sandwich from Boston Market. For those of you who don't know what a Boston Market is, it was a chain of restaurants that mostly specialize in rotisserie chicken. A lot of people don't like it. There was a sandwich that I liked from there. And there was one of those in my hometown. It was like down the street from like a Chick-fil-A and like this place called The Habit, which is a burger chain, I think. So it was never my first choice from there, right? But sometimes I'd look at it and go, hey, why the fuck not? Habits are still around. I'm not talking about Habits. I know those still exist. I just don't know where they exist presently. I know there's quite a few here. They're probably all around the country. They're doing fine. I just don't know. But the point is, her posting about that, and I was like, what do you mean? And she's like, yeah, most of them are closed now. And so I go to check my hometown, the fucking Boston Market in my hometown. Was I a Fatburger enjoyer? Not explicitly. There was one in my hometown, and we'd occasionally, and I dare say rarely went there. You should do your mirrors. But I wasn't like the hugest fan of Fatburger. And there's a few Fatburgers. There was one in Vegas. I got that maybe like 3 times over the 2 years I was living there. It's like, it's there if you're not near an In-N-Out or a Whataburger or even a fucking Jack in the Box. Like, it's alright. There was one near, like, there was one, like, on the way to Knott's Berry Farm in Buena Park in California. But, it never felt like a place that you would want to go out of your way to get it. Like, the few times I've ever eaten at a Fat Burger since I was, like, 6, it was purely out of, like, there's a coupon. I have a coupon. But yeah, so I checked the Boston Market in my hometown, and it's permanently closed! And that makes me so fucking sad. But, that actually had me, and don't do this, but I used Google Maps to look around my hometown. I hesitate to say that I felt sad, but there was a certain feeling of emptiness that I had looking around my hometown and just going, oh, this doesn't look anything like what I grew up in anymore. I mean, like, not anything, but, like, it is noticeably changed and different in a way that kind of validates my belief that I have no reason to go back to my hometown. You know? It's like, this place has changed. I have changed since I moved out of there. I don't really feel any reason to go back there. Which is why I repeated the sentiment that I don't really want to move back to Southern California. Even if I don't live here in Texas forever, I'm kind of not really feeling moving to California at all. But if I do, it could not be Southern California. There are things I like in Southern California. I don't find anything inherently wrong about living in California other than the fucking prices. And don't get me wrong, that's a fucking huge factor. I'd rather check out other places that I've never been before, you know? Well, anyway. Arknights! We walked past a few narrow buildings and remnants of narrow buildings before we came across a hall large enough to house all 15 or so of us. Hey, now we're ready. With the curtains on the window removed, the smoke has an exit. Whoa, I thought we were doomed to shudder ourselves to sleep with the soaking wet firewood and all. I had no idea that'd work. We just have to get a small fire going underneath it until the wood dries up and catches fire. The downside being all the smoke. It's clear that she has some field experience, unlike some fools I know. I shan't sit here and let her carry the burden of labor alone. Bequeath upon me thine ingredients, young Rodion, for I shall conjure thee a pot of special fixer's soup. What do you think is in that? You're making soup with cookies and jelly? I would probably throw up trying to eat that. Straight up. No! 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 You are not getting anywhere near the kitchen again! Not after what you cooked up last time! While I must admit to a certain level of interest, as many of our fellows' viscera are oft racked with intense agony upon ingesting dishes of your making, perhaps it would be wiser that we save the occasion for a safer environment. Right. Don't you remember? We agreed to leave cooking to Mira or Odie if we're ever in a situation like this, remember? Who the heck just resubscribed to me? What do you mean I'm at 25% to my goal? Did we? See? I think it's become sort of an unspoken rule after everything that happened. Hey, robot, did you resub to me? Wow, you guys gave me $10 whole. You know what I can spend $10 whole on? Remember? Not during last year's cooking contest, the Cake Corp. Last year? How much is the EMEA voice pack? I haven't checked. I'm not particularly interested in it. And we're the only 2 people who managed to get remotely positive reviews. Oh, does that mean we'll get to try Otis's cooking once again? Denied. We still have plenty of high-calorie foods like cookies and jellies here. I find no reason to do something so inefficient. I'm glad to see that everyone's still energetic given the circumstances. Can't be easy to suddenly wake up in an unfamiliar environment. Well, we're all quite used to getting thrown into unfamiliar places. Speaking of which, did you manage to reach your colleagues, Amiya? She shook her head, concerned. They might have lost their comms devices, or maybe they ran into some other trouble. Could they be in danger? Oh no, but I'm sure they're okay. The Dr. Katsi, they're both more than capable enough to look after themselves. Long have this curiosity lingered within me. Thus, allow me to inquire. Corporations are, by their nature, organizations in pursuit of profit. Yet, the activities of your corporation resemble those of charity organizations, as opposed to a pharmaceutical company. Is there aught that might explicate this blurred distinction? Ah, I wanted to know too. How come a pharmaceutical company like Rhodes Island's helping people? Something about what Hong Lu said brings back unpleasant memories. The horrible experience seen through the cascade of flowing tears in the face of suffering. The embodiment of greed that left a terrible wound in Hong Lu's fathoms. Oh no! Spoilers for Kanto 8! Big ones. That's fine. The pharmaceutical companies I've seen in my journey were corporations that, despite possessing the capacity to heal, chose to obsess over the profit it can provide. Speaking of, did you guys hear about what California is doing about insulin? There are many in Terra who are suffering from a disease. The disease crystallizes you. It spreads deeper and deeper into the infected's internal organs, eventually culminating in their death. It's called erypathy. Amiya showed me the back of her right hand, dotted by what appeared to be obsidian crystallizations. Hey, wait a second. Zenless did it. Didn't the governor of California still exist, so, etc.? I have mixed, mostly negative opinions of Gavin Newsom. I know, that's not exactly a controversial thing to say. But I think what I dislike most about Gavin Newsom is that he embodies and perpetuates that stereotype that all Californians get in terms of their beliefs, principles, and politics. Just a fucking terrible example to have. The appearance reminded me of the bio treatments from the back streets, but there was something more to it, something more restless, more sinister. I checked the EMEA announcer pack. It's two it's 2 10-fulls in EMEA. It's worth it if you have the money. You guys fucking subscribed twice, so that's like $10. Probably. Something more restless, more sinister. It's a terrible, painful disease, but there haven't been any recorded cases of full recovery. But there's an even worse problem. Pray tell, what could possibly be worse than an incurable, deadly disease? While it varies region by region, discrimination against the infected is widespread across Terra. Those who suffer from it must face unfair treatment. His sign began with a dark expression. Oh my fucking god! I'm being sugar daddy. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Fucking God, Jesus. Alright, we'll do it after this fucking cutscene ends. Some are quarantined in places with terrible, inhumane conditions. And there have been massacres, too. I don't mean to be callous, but is this neuropathy highly contagious? No. There have not been any recorded cases of infection by contact as long as the subjects are alive. But when the infected dies, the crystal growths on their body decay and turn to dust, scattering. Which is what spreads the plague. Is this your way of spreading Arknights propaganda? Then, barring environments like active battlefields where casualties are to be expected, staying within close proximity of the infected in daily life seems to pose hardly any risk. So what's the problem then? They're already past the point of caring about what the problem is. Once people start feeling iffy, all logic goes out the window. Then Rhode Island's goal has to be... Yes, it is important to develop a cure for apathy, but... I think what really matters is that we change the circumstances for the better for the infected. That's not going to be an easy endeavor. Though, that is what gives your effort more meaning. I hope you can achieve that goal, Mia. I really do. More truth! The city, this world. We both live in worlds full of surprises, don't we? What kind of world did you come from? This city? What kind of place is the city anyway? What kind of place with too many pointless rules? The kind of place where the moment you think, what the fuck am I looking at? Isn't this too much? You see something even worse. Oh my fucking... Oh, there's the sweepers! Try as I might, I couldn't think of a single positive thing about the city. Oh! Fucking L Corp employee, alright. Oh my fucking god, he's just getting... Holy shit, dude, what are you doing? How many fucking subs was that? The sinners seem to be in agreement, as most of what came after was quite scathing. Kind of place where good deeds rarely ever go unpunished. Sympathy is a good attitude to have if you like getting stabbed in the back. Nothing good ever works out there. It's a shidle. It's an irrational place full of absurdities. Absurdity is an omnipresence. Therefore, it is not a subject by which one should be aggrieved. You can at least grouse about them, though. I mean, it's the only thing we can do. It would be more correct to experience more and acclimatize oneself to it instead of complaining. You did say something like that last time. Just as the mood was starting to turn rather sour, Don Quixote's shout shattered through the awkwardness. Verily, nary a day goeth by untarnished by villains and their fell deeds. It worry thee not, for where evil rises, so doth fixes of justice to... Don Quixote jumped from her seat and passionately shook her fist, which was followed by a heavy crack and the sound of small pebbles tumbling down. Don Quixote, watch out! Whoa! Elf! And from behind the wall, she accidentally broke down. An unfamiliar visage of a villager appeared and stared back at Don Quixote. It appeared that she was eating something out of a can while reading a book. How farest thou? Farest thy foot, you gotta apologize first. Last seemed a tad too hyper today. Apologies, for I hardly expected the wall to crumble with such ease. Art thou unhurt? Any injuries? 2? 2? Pray tell, to what? Forget the apology. I just want to know what happens next. The Fixers of Justice rose up to do what? Oh! Oh! Hast thou come to hear? Hast thou come to me to hear the tale of Fixers? I don't know what's coming to us. Miss Don Quixote was the one who punched the wall down? Oh, is it too late an hour? I don't mind waiting till morning if you want to sleep. Nay, not at all. 'Tis quite early an hour for tales, in fact. Prithee, seat thyself here. You ungovernable fool. Calm down. You don't even know who she is. Don't you forget to share those Fixer tales over there in the corner to not disturb our sleep. Thou makest the request most untenable. These tales deserve to be announced to the world with great gusto from the center. Yeah, that's the best way to hear these kinds of stories. But we should probably introduce ourselves to each other first. Name's Mayers. I'm... How should I put this? Huh, did you meet the village chief earlier during the day? He's my Gramps. Oh, that nice guy? We had a granddaughter. Yet, I have not seen you once, Miss Mayers, under the sun. Oh my, you're right. I thought the village was completely dried of any young blood. Like Rhodia said, while we didn't see Mayers out there wasn't anyone else in the village we could comfortably call young. You're telling me. Gramps was worrying over nothing and told me to stay put inside, going on and on about the dangers that the outsiders pose and everything. Yisan calling her and Anita as a first impression, which is saying a lot considering the shit he's been through. It seems that they do not give full faith to their saviors. There are things you cannot share even with whom you trust with your life. Though, I would like to know why. My, so there are a bunch of other kids who are stuck indoors in this village? No, there isn't anyone around my age in the village at all. If that's the case, I guess I can understand why he'd be overprotective. Anyways, it's our turn. We're... I'm good. I heard enough to get an idea. You did? Oh? Pray, how didst thou hear us? Via listening device most secret upon our chamber? Mayers tapped the side of the wall, the part of it that was still standing anyway, and smiled ironically. We've had soundproofing. I could hear pretty much everything. Don Quixote, right? Everything Don Quixote practically sang during the day. Hype chest opened. All-time record shattered. You've reached new levels of support. Hype train completed at level 3. God fucking... 9 gifted subs! Fucking... God damn. Verily, I see. I think you could really do with some sense of embarrassment for once. Well, I guess that's good enough for self-introduction, so... Care to regale me with the tale of fixers who bring justice to the evils of the city? Indubitably. Then, this shall do. I shall regale thee with the tale in which the legendary fixer, the Archmagnificence herself, have... I suppose that killed any hope for a good night's kip. But, don't you usually pass out within a minute of your back hitting that hay, no matter how noisy things are? One? You take me for some kind of hibernating bear or something? Look, even I have trouble sleeping when there's noise all over. Oh! 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 I'd say bear in hibernation is a pretty apt descriptor. For all that grumbling and moaning, he dozed off before any of us did. Aside from Heathcliff, who began snoring the moment his head touched the ground, some other sinners were fast asleep as well. Sultan entered sleep in his usual steadfast adherence to the routine, while Faust laid claim to one of the few available cloth sheets as soon as the close of business for the day was confirmed. The sinners, who had spent the entire last night searching for me in this unfamiliar land, slowly began to fall asleep as well. Meanwhile, the fixer of the Zwei Association's first section... Though the knight was no longer young, Don Quixote was still vigorously sharing the tales of adventures without even a single sign of fatigue. She's not determined to do this until sunrise, is she? Oh, I guess it's okay, since Mayor seems to be having fun. As I continued to watch the pair with some mild concern, Amiya, not yet asleep, approached me. The city Miss Don Quixote speaks of seems to be teeming with pictures of justice and exhilarating tales of adventures. Did you actually experience all of them yourselves? No, of course not. Don Quixote's stories are usually those of other famous people. But she's telling it with such vigor that it almost sounds like she was there herself. Well, I guess, if you really want to get into it, some of them might be retellings of Don Quixote's personal experiences. Ishmael replied uncertainly, thinking back to the plays we were made to watch back in La Mancha land. Well, I think all those stories, even though they're only partially true, just go to show what a ridiculous place it can be. You wouldn't need fixtures of justice to begin with if we really lived in a just world, right? A really good place to live would be quiet and peaceful without someone having to force it. That's true. I hope there'll come a day when Rhodes Island can be a normal pharmaceutical company in the future. Something wrong? No, I just thought Miss Mears and I made eye contact. Did she overhear a conversation? I looked her direction as well, but all I saw was Mears excitedly reacting to Don Quixote's tales. Whoa, what happened then? Thus spake Lady Otis, boldly before the soldiers who stood in our path. Thou presumest to stand in our path, servants of a master most unworthy? I, Otis, shall educate ye on how manner maketh. Don Quixote was now retelling the stories of Limbus Company's adventures in Hong Yuan, and Otis, who could no longer stand Don Quixote's unintentional alterations of the story, jumped to her feet and shouted. Damn it, what kind of nonsense are you feeding her? I never said anything like that. Verily, certain aspects of this retelling may have been exaggerated. That's Tales of Adventure for you. Things are bound to get a bit dry when the story is told too realistically and as is, right? You know, nothing, not even resembling a proper record or book remained once the profound silence swept through this village. The what? So I've always had a craving for these kinds of stories. But Iberia doesn't stop Iberians from emigrating, contrary to their tight immigration control. How much money does this script have for rolls? 9 subs! That's about $45. Yeah? That's fucking ridiculous. Actually, that was technically 10 subs. I believe robot resubscribing counted as 10, but did not contribute to the hype train. Have you ever thought about leaving this place? It's still a challenge to cross the border, especially since we're going to have to pass through larger cities that are managed by the Inquisition. You don't seem particularly fond of this Inquisition. Why is that? That's because this village was formed by people who grew tired of living under the Inquisition's rule and fled. Sorry, but what kind of organization is this Inquisition? Funny you should ask, Sinclair. Sinclair asked, face turning cold upon hearing the word Inquisition and that people fled from it. Yeah. Fucking N-Corp. The... God, how is it pronounced? Nagel? Und Hammer? We saw back at Call aren't the kind of memories that are so easily forgotten. According to Dr. Kaltit, the Inquisition is what filled the power vacuum once Iberia fell into chaos. That its inquisitors are the rapier and lamp-wielding protectors of Iberia's cities from lawlessness. That alone kind of makes them sound like good people, though. I gotta sound like I'm going, Nagel und Hammer! Yeah, they are, but just don't forget that some of that paid lunacy has to go to Amiya, whether you use her or not. I guess so. There's the Church of the Deep. The Inquisition will go to whatever lengths to deal with incidents related to the church that worships Seaborns. Vi, an organization that worships those monsters? It seems that cultish fanaticism is a plague wherever we go. I feel like people with all kinds of wrong faiths and beliefs are so common. See, the Seaborns are the ones that messed Iberia up, so following their logic, apparently it's okay for them to arrest anyone who seems even remotely connected to them. Are you saying that Iberia is like this because of the Seaborns? Those things from earlier? I guess they were kind of troublesome dealing with, but they didn't seem that strong. Anyways, it's just what I heard from Gramps, but the Inquisition executed many innocent people too in their crusade against the Church of the Deep. For those who proclaim to be on the side of justice, they seem quite fond of committing such villainy. It seems like a reasonable policy decision to me, but it must pose a clear danger to the daily lives of civilians. Yeah, I heard I was the only survivor. Everyone in my family died. You must have had to endure such a long period of pain. Be able to say something like that with such composure. For Iberia, they are heroes who will bring the land back to its glory days. But to Gramps, they were just oppressors making his life difficult. That's why we've all come here, fleeing from the Inquisition's gaze. Yet, wherefore hast thou decided to settle at a place that is so, run down? Indeed. Yeah, I know, but it's not so bad once you get used to it. Besides, we managed to find a new path thanks to you guys. A new path? Well, it's getting late. Will you be repairing the ship tomorrow too? This place really has no soundproofing at all, huh? Good talk, everyone. Hope we'll get another chance to do this tomorrow too. After seeing Mayor's to her own room, the other sinners, those who were still up anyway, and I laid ourselves on the hard stone floor with only a thin layer of cloth between it and our backs. Mysterious world that is neither the city nor the outskirts. But it seemed that the lives its people led were just as difficult as they were anywhere else. Fucking God! Or L Corp Nugget. Oh! Alright! Alright, hold on. Okay, where are we going for this? Clicking Lunacy. The EMEA announcer pack, yeah? I clicked Lunacy. Do I literally have to, like... There we go. Yeah, okay. Lunacy, then Lunacy. Okay. Alright, whatever. The $41 back. You guys are fucking insane. But thank you for subscribing. Thank you for gifting 9 fucking subscriptions and subscribing 1 additional time. Because you insist, I will buy this. This is fucking insane. Why would I? Under no other circumstance would I ever pay for gacha. Well, don't ask me what I do in Grand Blue. I don't will. Gotta Arknights. And, I haven't set up the sub goal, like, officially. But since we did hit 10 subs, I do kind of owe you guys a particular game. You guys can't see the wood, okay. Which one? Well... Kingdom Hearts. Oh, Jesus. Alright. So I'm getting the Amiya pack, yes? Okay. What else am I getting? That's what she sounds like. Wait, I knew this. I fucking did the first mission yesterday. Oh yeah! Japanese, what the fuck? Okay. Fucking hell. It's gonna be dog shit. It's gonna be dog shit. What I fucking tell you guys? It's so bad. It's... fucking... Alright. Don't spark yet? Wait for all the lunacy to be expired? So you want me to spend all of the fucking... you want me to spend all of my lunacy on this? Okay. Alright. To add dramatic tension... what if, fuck it, we ball?
의로움을 세우기 위해서라면
명을 받...
어디서? 뱀 기어가는 소리 들리죠?
잠깐
어디서?
주군께서 모이를 뿌리셨으니
네, 원하신다면
If you need help, get command meltdown. I will take that into consideration.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 그래.
It's so big! Amazing! I didn't know there were remaining vessels of this class in Iberia. Aha! I espy her name here! 'Tis called by the name Rebelión de las Masas. Rebelión de las Masas. Revolt of the Masses, is it? A name very much mired in peculiarity indeed. Hong Lu chimed in that he was rather fond of it with its size being about the same as the boat from his home, while Israel quickly jumped in to correct us. That its size alone, it wasn't anything special at the Great Lake, but... for the record, I would have translated that as Rebellion of the Masses, but semantics. It was still pretty big compared to Mephi or the Indigo Elder's skiff. It's named after a book? Oh. My illiteracy kicked in once again. I thought it was going to be somewhere around Mephi size. At most. Are you sure you can get this ship fixed in a day or two? As I briefed you yesterday, the great majority of the time-consuming repairs had already been completed by the villagers. The extent of our repair efforts only concerns a few components within the vessel that the villagers could not repair, which shouldn't take us much time. Unless parts that are unfamiliar to Faust are also malfunctioning, such as the core engine, remaining repairs should be sufficiently managed by Faust. Despite Otis's confident declaration, I could not help but feel oddly unsettled as I looked at the ship. I don't know why, but something tells me you don't want to linger here for long. Still, please be thorough about it, just in case. I'd rather not sit on a sinking ship again. The experience at the Great Lake was enough. Do not worry, Dante. Unlike Mephistopheles, most functions of this vessel, buoyancy gear, propellers, steering gear, are all in operational capacity. This repair should be much easier than the case with Mephistopheles. They seem confident enough. It should be safe this time around, right? Are we taking that rope to climb up to the ship? No, there's a lift-like apparatus down here. It should take us up to the ship. Its stability was verified yesterday. Let us board the lift. You're 100% certain, right? The boat is afloat right now, Dante. I don't think it'll be sinking anytime soon. Wouldn't that be nice? Oi, you two just going to faff about down there? We're heading up now. No, we're going with you. As I made my way into the vessel's bridge, I was greeted by the extravagant interior that was as gaudy as its exterior. This isn't real gold, is it? Sure is shiny as heck in here. I got butterflies in my stomach. A.S. Aesthetically satisfying, she says. But too ostentatious. Not quite my style. Our young Mephi is also quite the excellent vessel, yet imagine the adventures we could embark on aboard this vessel most lavishly decorated. As Faust and Otis were working on the control panels, Ishmael walked up to another and interfaced with it before giving a knowing nod. This must have been an investigative or research vessel of sorts. But it does seem a bit extravagant for one of those, though. Look, coordinates. Updating in real time, it seems. The coordinates seem to have been set to somewhere out in the middle of the ocean. Maybe it points to a small islet? Nope, no islet there. Ah! Blimey, lass. You sure know how to sneak up on people. Mayors? What? Did I actually surprise you? I didn't ask you guys were to come fix the boat today. Still, I didn't know you'd be here. Why are the coordinates set to this location? There are several undersea cities beneath those coordinates, collectively known as... what is it? Aegir? Gramps' home. I see. Understood. What was understood, if I may ask? It is now understood why the premise to repair the ship was sufficient to earn their trust in the title of saviors. What's she on about? Someone get translated. Consolidating and cross-referencing the observed particular circumstances of the village, and the statements from the village chief. Alongside information garnered from the exchange with mayors, it is possible to gauge the significance that this ship's repair has to the local populace. Of course, while this may constitute a sequence of logical connections that poses a certain challenge for Heathcliff to comprehend, to employ any degree of effort to attempt to explain it in more digestible language would constitute a pursuit of inefficiency. Lower the baton, I implore you. I shall explain it in full. Ha. I was wondering when Miss Smartass would start gabbing like that again. So what's she on about? Heathcliff's shoulders were relaxed. It didn't seem like he was actually going to swing the bat. He placed it lightly over his shoulder with a sigh. A brief observation of the village seemed to suggest that their subsistence situation was quite dire. Much of their daily sustenance consisted of dried food, most of them made for long-term storage purposes. Considering what Scotty said about how the coastal area is full of danger, maybe those dried seafood aren't from around here either. Maybe it's where they packed when they first came to Fata Muerta? Some villagers were armed, yeah, and those sea terrors weren't exactly that formidable, but given the state that the villagers are in, I doubt they'd have an easy time repelling those monsters. Indeed. And that brings us to the question of sustenance. Right, I get what's going on here. The lass and her granddad are about to visit their hometown, and they're trying to get some food supplies from there to feed the villagers. And to convince them, they're planning to use the fact that they're from the same neck of the woods. See, I guess. Oh, so we're not just repairing their ship, we're repairing their food supply plan too. Huh? What's wrong? It's, While the expressions were rather crude, Heathcliff's summary of the situation was clear, to the point, and easily understood. The sinner stared at him with mild surprise. And I did too. What's with them annoying looks? Wait. Oh, you sod. You don't think I'm that dim-witted, do you? Top-notch intuition. It's just that it's been a while since you've shown this side of yourself. Thinking back, Heathcliff's intuition has always been excellent, and he'd often put together surprisingly accurate conclusions with impressive speed. You know, when you really think about it, it's kind of your fault for... Huh? I've been too soft on you lately, haven't I? Oi! Get back here! Now, with those fools out of the conversation, was he correct? Otis looks away from the usual chaos and asks Mayers. Honestly, I'm surprised. He was on point. Yeah, food's been running low in the village. At this rate, we won't last another year. But the Aegir will. I'm sure they will welcome us with open arms. I don't want to come off like I'm overly worried, but do you think they'll welcome the others too? Unlike Mayers or Chief, they're not Aegir. I believe they will. Iberia suspects and hates the Aegir for no other reason than that we're from the sea, but our home cannot have fallen so low as to abandon a group of starving land dwellers. Prithee, might thou explain to us who the Aegir are? I had initially thought it to be a reference to a region, yet it also seems to refer to an affiliation of sorts. Maybe there's something like nest dwellers? Though I don't think I've heard of a nest that accepts backstreet people with open arms. Or maybe they're used to some rich folk? If they call them nest toffs Aegir here, then does that make the rabbit-eared lass Aegir too? Wait, in the world you came from, did they not distinguish between races? We are not a racist society, we are a classist society, and we've perfected it. That is not entirely true. Delineation between races is a concept that does exist. Though I only saw them in the Fathoms, there were those terrifying things called the cuckoo spawns. Oh, the what? However, as a general rule, it can be said that humans should be the only intelligent life forms in the city. The people of Terra have slightly varying appearances depending on their race. Like my cactus ears. That's not what she said. Goddess ears. Oh, Jesus. Alright, and I've got pointed ears because I'm an Aegir. No, it's not a characteristic every Aegir shares. The closest idea to what they are discussing appear to be, Don Quixote seemed to be struggling to finish her sentence. Mirsault stepped in to continue. By context clues in the manner of word usage, including the means of classification, the closest example in our world would be blood fiends. Similar external appearances to humans, different natures, comparable sapiens. 'Tis of my belief that blood fiends are ostracized due to their nature that make it coexistence with humans difficult. It may be that the Aegirs are also... I'm sure some of them do possess qualities that make coexistence with others difficult, but they're probably rare. Then wherefore are they made subjects of suspicion and hatred? That's... Well, the language is new, but the idea itself was pretty familiar to the city folks like us. Think of feathers with fallen wings, kids born in the back streets, people who replace their body parts with prosthetics. The form differs, yet in its essence we find the thread. Something about how we keep finding these similarities in the ways of our lives, despite finding ourselves in a distant world with different rules, races, and humans. Felt oddly discomforting. The point is, you guys are doing us a real solid by fixing up the ship. Let's move on from those gloomy conversations, okay? I want to show you the cooler part of the ship. This way. The ship tour may have to wait. The repairs are almost completed, but an issue has arisen. Issue? Wow, that's not reassuring at all. Multiple life forms identified ahead, assumed to be a sea terror horde. The ship's radar system seems to suggest that the vessel is surrounded. They're the same monsters from yesterday! Executive Manager, please order us to prepare for battle. Damn it. Are they the sea terrors you encountered? They look a bit different, but yeah, probably. There's a lot of them, but if our last experience tells us anything, we should be able to handle this. Amiya, please support us in battle like you did yesterday. Canst thou fight, young mares? I feel like I'm just gonna get in your way. Then... Guys, find a place to keep mares as far as possible from the battle. Then let's hurry down there. We don't want them damaging the ship any further. I'm not sure if anyone's pointed this out to you, but none of the races in Arknights are human, technically. I haven't seen anyone that wasn't an elf or had donkey ears. Oh, baby. Okay, Did I miss Amiya's bunny ears? No, I just keep calling them donkey ears. Anyway.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
Answer me, Heisho Pax. Notice anything new?
저 해충들을 도려내라.
유용하군요.
묘야, 넌 품을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
혈압도 봐라. 날개를 펼치고 12세기 발톱을 걸어.
깔끔하게 물었군.
무용하군요.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕. 혈압도 봐라. 더 모아쳐라.
Amiya is often called a donkey by the community. Splendid. She should be a Don Quixote and stuff.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
이제 끝내지.
빈둥투성.
깔끔하게 물었군.
이제 깨치시길.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 넌
무용하군요.
I fucking love Heishos!
죽었네. 다음은 어디로?
519. Probably better.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
Answer me, Heisho
고작
Pax.
이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
끝내지.
Who would have guessed
길을 여서 넌 푸름을
that
틔울
having
수도
Heisho
없겠구나.
Rhodia would make Heisho Gregor that much stronger?
이제 끝내지.
이제 깨치시길.
넌 푸름을
이 거리는
틔울 수도
충분해.
없겠구나.
너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
깔끔하게 물었군.
Fuck it, kill!
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
불쌍이지. 끝내지. 이제 끝내지.
That was pretty good. Especially considering I did that on hard.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만
Jesus!
세월이 지나면 홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지. 이 홍로가 무얼 받고
Hey, you know what that means, chat? It's time for another 10-ball!
지쳤어요. 쉬고 싶어요. 배고파요. 나가고 싶어요.
It's fucking nothing! What are you?
라마 챌린지의 카니발에 오신 걸
Oh.
환영합니다. 끝없는
Okay.
퍼레이드를 함께 해주시겠나요?
Boobs! Titty! What's up, coward? You know when this unit would have been real useful? Against any fight with Gleed? We agree! Alright, so I guess Rhodia is my sinner with the most fucking IDs. The game has just decided that I get almost every fucking Rhodia. Yeah, I have more Rhodias than any other fucking character. God damn. Well, lucky for me, because, if I remember correctly, you can't fucking dispense, this Rhodia, so... How many do I have? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Rhodias. Well, anyway, an ad's about to start, so I will be right back. Gentlemen, I am returned. We're on season 6, Kanto 8. My goodness, there are a lot of you in chat today. I like that. Very talkative crowd. While I'm serving my drink right now, I have a question to ask you guys. I already did bring up that I'm going to an amusement park, right? I was thinking about that and in relation to Kanto 7. Because the theme park I'm going to is one where people ostensibly don't like their job either. Oh my fucking god. Thanks for the other gifted subscription. God damn! I missed the sub? Did I? Now subscribed. $6 should gift. Oh Jesus. It's $6 now? Fuck. I didn't know that. Oh, you mean Coward must pay that. I was gonna say, that is funny that I am ostensibly streaming Project Moon games because Coward got me into them. So it's really weird. To be fair, Coward, your other account is sub too, so congratulations! You can now watch it without ads on phone and on your desktop, I guess. Alright,
햇대에서 내려 전장으로.
oh, we're not even getting a cutscene. Splendid.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
God damn.
떨고 주마. 혈액도 봐라.
Read the new one? Oh, didn't realize there was a new one. All these monsters look the same to me. They made chain battle specifically to avoid this. I don't like when they put a start or end cutscenes that's split in between 2 episodes. Oh. Oh, the big guy at the front with the counter? Oh, this flower-looking dude. Basin Sea Reaper. When in standby state, do not use attack skills until taking damage. Does not use attack skills until taking damage. Oh, I've noticed you have 520 health, sir. What the fuck is up with that? In other words, I'm forced to counter you no matter what. Until I'm ready to fucking deal with you. Okay. Maybe let's not... Okay. Wait, what are you gonna hit? Okay.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
No AoE! No AoE! No AoE!
고작 이 정도 타면 깔끔하게 물었군.
Answer me, Heisho Pass.
다음은 어디로? 도끼를 고작 이 정도
Who the
탐구에
fuck just
허덕인
gives
저
out 10
해충들을
gifted subs like
도려내.
that?
이제
That's crazy.
지시게.
묘야.
Oh no! No!
길을 열어라.
My hubris. To be fair, I couldn't fucking control that. I could not determine who the fuck that was gonna target. Well, fuck it, we ball. Address him.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
고작 이 정도 탕후의 허덕이나
이제 깨우치시게.
친히 목을 떨궈주마. 고작 이 정도 탕후의 허덕이나
Fucking get it! Okay. Go forth, my Heishos.
비비스에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자라.
놀랐어?
고작 이 정도 탕후의 허덕이나
깔끔하게 물었군.
불쌍하게 울부짖는군.
토끼를 본다.
Answer me, Heisho Pax.
저 해충들을
Let's beat the
도려내라.
fuck out of him. And afterwards, maybe we go to like.
그림자
You
속으로
guys ever heard of Del
가라앉게.
Taco?
묘야. 혈염도 바로.
This is not the company I think most banners have seen at Rodeo House ever. Huh. Good news.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
Death.
이제 깨우치시길. 이제 깨우치시길.
이제 끝내지. 이제 끝내지.
The clock tower near me is ringing. Every fucking Wednesday. No, not every Wednesday. Every first Wednesday of the month, I shit my pants a little because I have never lived anywhere where this has happened before. But every first Wednesday of the month, we get fucking tornado siren tests done. So, like, I'll be, like, at work, right? And I'll just fucking hear the most ominous fucking noise in the world. and, and I, like, panic for a minute. And I'm like, wait. This is routine. The remaining entities have all returned to sea. Is everyone okay? It was just like our last skirmish. Sea terrors that had surrounded the ship returned to sea even before the battle came to an end. And the retreat felt too orderly and deliberate to just be running away. It's almost like they're making a tactical retreat. We're doing peachy, but what about the ship? Foul, is the ship okay? Minor damages to the hull, but nothing that will impede the ship's operational capabilities. Phew! So, I noticed during the battle, I might be wrong of course, but I think I noticed how around the end of the battle, those monsters were starting to go after the manager. You're probably right, actually. I noticed too, at some point during our battle, those monsters realized that it's the manager who was commanding the rest of us. I sense the very same. Their movements were fluid and adaptive, as though they were learning our behavior. Why does the Church of the Deep worship monsters like them? That ain't much of a question, isn't it? They must have all gone mental. Sure, they have many reasons, but Seaborns are beings of infinite potential. So much so that there's no superlative big enough to properly convey the scale. As organisms, they can endlessly evolve and adapt. Every time they encounter a new environment or a new element, they transform themselves and other Seaborns. Maybe that's their draw. That fascination may be an attitude most befitting a researcher. Yet, the transformation of fascination into idolatry, it's, if I may be frank, not entirely positive. I find them pretty uncomfortable. Just remind me of whales. Then, can they adapt to learn a language to communicate with us? What? Going by everything we heard, I think they sound really smart. Mayor's eyes went round at Honglu's suggestion. She brought her hands to her mouth, surprised. It sure was something. I heard that there was a Seaborn who could talk. If non-humans speak the language of humans, regardless of its testament to their intelligence, I can only think of two possibilities as to why they would. One, to communicate with humans. The other, to deceive humans. More often than not, it's the latter. What about distortions? Some of them already know how to speak. Distortions are phenomena in which humans transform into monstrous forms, first observed after the White Knights and Dark Days incident. Therefore, that example is irrelevant to Otis's supposition. White Knights and Dark Days? She whispered quietly, but as we were standing rather close to her, we all caught onto the hint of joy in her voice. The pillar of light in the city, did it really... How have you come across this knowledge, Miss Mayers? Oh, that's... Ain't it obvious? We got the culprit right here. The storyteller lass has been gabbing on with no end. Yeah, she's been talking non-stop all morning about all kinds of stories, hasn't she? Oh, yet I have not gotten that far. You again? You didn't get so lost in your own stories that you blab all about our company's secrets, have you? Nay, fie, I would simply not. So, she knows, but I don't think Dawn told her, which implies thing. But who knows? As Don Quixote was subject to yet another round of scolding, Amiya stared out toward the sea, wary that sea terrors might start crawling to the surface once again before turning toward us. I wonder which of the two Seaborns are. Their sense of self is really, really faint, so I don't think they'd be in either category. I think it's possible that they learned human language out of instinct that the power of speech might help them survive. She's constantly posed up. She's like... She's posed in a particular way. It appears that you, Miss Mayers, are quite the expert on the subject of Seaborns. Your knowledge of them goes beyond what fear of one's survival may yield, thereby suggesting a different means of acquisition. Do you, by chance, worship the Seaborns? I don't worship Seaborns. Seaborns don't have any hopes or wishes. Just desire for survival. Have I been informed of Amiya's age? 10? 16? It's a coin toss. Miss Mayers, does that mean if Seaborns were somehow able to hope? Maybe so. Is that so? Ow. The repairs are complete. As we were conversing, Faust descended from the ship with a neatly organized set of tools borrowed from the village. Repairs completed. I'm guessing repairs are done? Yes, the ship is done. Did you have a departure time and date in mind? I would prefer if we could depart as soon as possible. You don't have a time set or anything, but I think we should be able to set sail late this afternoon at the earliest. That soon? As you've seen, we don't have a lot to bring with us. By the way, how far out to sea do you guys need to go? Need to find this dimensional door of sorts? I can see the dimensional door's light from the beach at night. It was faint, but given how the light's strong enough to break through the sea fog, we should be able to determine its location somewhere around the coastal waters. So, we can go back tonight? The first order of business is to relay this news to the villagers. Yeah, back to the village for now.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진
The
길을
goat of
뿐이지만
Hangyuan.
세월이 지나면
Yo,
홍로는
this means
그제야
chat!
알게
It's
되겠지.
time for another tenpo!
이 홍로가
Oh, wait.
무엇을 바꾸었는지를.
Yo, payday! Alright, all my luck tapped out after rolling that fucking Booba Rhodia. So, I have no expectations for this upcoming 10 one. So, we won't spam the fucking soundboard. Was that massive? Someone mentioned Payday. I haven't played those games before. I own them. What do you mean, Luck? You pulled her after she was useful? I'm just being mocked at this point, true. Fucking hell. Alright. Are you sure that using paid lunacy from your polls is a good idea? I mean... free lunacy is used first. I'm using free lunacy. Have I gotten anything? I got Princess Rhodia. It's over. It's over. I keep getting fucking Endcorp, Heath! Fuck off!
Dagoth welcomes you, Nerevar, my old friend.
$420 rolls, by the way. The Inquisitor. There's something going on in the village. Yeah, I hear it too. I'm hearing people shouting and hollering. You roll Limbus like DJ Salt rolls Gobble? Real? When we returned to the village, ship repairs completed. We were welcomed by a rather hostile standoff. A quick count told me that there were approximately 20 people assembled at the village square. Considering its population, that was pretty much the whole village. Who's that over there? Inquisitor. I think we've been found. The Inquisitor, dressed in a well-kept uniform, was about the same height as Don Quixote. Short. The sword and lamp hanging from her waist sits in stark contrast with the more run-down, ramshackle village. She almost looked like a picture from the city. So, the Inquisition has discovered our village. Did you really think that you could forever stay out of the Inquisition's gaze, citizen? That's a naive dream. Fabius disappeared from the Inquisition mid-interrogation under charges of suspicion of membership within the Church of the Deep. Last known location, Salt Flat. The other Inquisitors have informed me that you have been identified next to pirates and its fringes. From a criminal to an outlaw, what a dramatic evolution of your career. But it ends here, now. Every citizen here, including you, will be accompanying me to the Inquisition. They've never broken a single law, nor are they outlaws of any kind. They are not like me. They've disregarded the Inquisition's authority, evaded the gaze of Iberia, and found this sodden coast to lurk in. Tell me I'm not supposed to find that suspicious. What are you talking about? You can't just start arresting people left and right with a tenuous suspicion like that. You shouldn't. We only wish to live a quiet life, ma'am. Is that so? then you might find yourself returning to this village one day, as long as you're telling the truth. Which is not an option for you, Fabius. Mayors, was Chief really a pirate? Well, yeah, but as far as I know, he's been out of the game for a while. And even when he ran with the pirates, all he ever did was share Finby's jerky villages. Or carry Igerians between them. And if you're telling the truth, Mayors, I doubt the Inquisition will be lenient. Well, what now? I have but one question to ask. That Inquisitor, is she following the proper legal procedures? I don't know much about the laws of Iberia, but Dr. Kaltsi told us what the words of Inquisitor told us that the words of Inquisitors were pretty much the law here. It is likely that she is following the proper legal procedures. The procedures are precisely what the villagers have fled from, after all. Then it is decided. Otis quietly dragged me to the side and whispered outside Mayors' earshot. The sinners who were right next to me seemed to have picked it up, though. Executive Manager, we best immediately return to the ship, take command of it, and sail out on our own. It is unwise to involve ourselves in this conflict. What? You seriously suggested that we just let him arrest the villagers? Didn't you hear what the Inquisitor said? It seems quite cut and dry to me. If this is just standard procedure with no laws broken, we are in no place to involve ourselves. Our best hope is to take the ship before they impound that too. I have no idea how to pronounce the Yapper's name, so I just call her Katsit. I think it's Kaltsit, right? We can't do that. Even if it is standard procedure. Even if they're working within the law. It's not... You stayed up to hear Mayors' story too, didn't you? You know, the N-Corp Inquisitors were working within the law too. When they came for the village. That was standard procedure too. If anyone had stepped in then. I know what you went through, but I'd still rather not take the risk in an unfamiliar environment like this. I will try my best to figure out how to sail that ship. If I cannot, then I have faith in Israel to quickly learn its controls. I can't say you're wrong, but I don't know. Neither you nor I know anything about the ocean currents here, Otis. We can get the ship going, but I can't guarantee that we'll reach the dimensional door without any trouble. You. Do you know anything about the sea currents in this region? Not much, but I know the coastal sea somewhat. And can't fight the Inquisitors directly here in Iberia. Being with the ship might be the better option. What should we do, Dante? Yeah, I guess it's kind of awkward for us to just take the ship and go, huh? How about we try to talk to the Inquisitor, then? I think we should at least try to hear them out. Them being the Inquisitor and the Chief both. If the discussion goes well, we might even be able to get the Inquisition's support. Like Mr. Hong Lu said, we should hear them out first, then try to convince them. I agreed with them first. I agree with them both. God, I can't read. First, let's at least see what the Inquisitor has to say. Rabbit's right, she says? Are you certain that translation was accurate, Sinclair? Right? There's no way Ryosha would choose anything other than violence, right? Idiots. It's because the other options are pointless. Inquisitor's seen us. We're already under suspicion. That is not a face I've ever seen Ryoshu make. She will doubtless try to stop us if we flee now. We'll talk first, lower her guard, then attack. Pretty sure that's not what Amiya meant. Well, if she's already onto us, then we shouldn't give her any excuse to attack us for running away. I was wondering what you were doing there, lurking in the background. A clock-shaped head? Are you from the Colombian Union? Yes, I am! They're wearing a clock for head due to reasons, but they have nothing to do with the Colombian Union. What's the Colombian Union? TikTok. What? Which language are they speaking? Regardless of whether you're from Colombia or not, you're clearly not from Iberia, let alone this village. You're not wrong, but I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. I'm quite certain you don't know enough about these villagers to stand between them and an Inquisitor. How long have you been staying here? 2 days? Buddy, don't just tell her that. 2 days? Alright, enough of this chicanery. Get out of my way, outsider. The attempt appears to have been made on quite the unstable ground. Please let us hear you for a minute, Inquisitor. I'm Amia, leader of Rhodes Island. Yes, I'm aware of Iberia's closed border situation. I felt hope swelling within me as Amia began with confidence, unlike Sinclair. Alas, it was short-lived. Thanks to the Inquisitor's quick retort. I couldn't help but place my palm against my forehead at the exchange that followed. Oh, so not only are we dealing with outsiders of dubious origin, but we have illegal entry as well? We had to, because they issued a man's urgency and... I've been briefed. Recently crossed the border, didn't you? I don't know how urgent the issue could be, but I doubt it's anything more significant than the situation at hand for Iberia and its Inquisition. The High Inquisitor is handling the Rhodes Island issue. Stay put and await the consequences while he and that chatty med doctor of yours talk it out. Do you know that your treatment may depend on her negotiation skills? Doctor is a girl? I'm assuming doctors play your character, yeah? As for the village chief, I understand that you have the right to arrest him, as he is a fugitive who has fled in the middle of an interrogation and has been sailing with the pirates. However, it is an inhumane treatment to arrest the rest of the villagers well. Oh, she means Calcine in this situation. Oh, right. Sorry. I'm dumb. I can't interpret context clues. Inhumane? This decision is well within the rights bestowed upon the Inquisition. They've lived for years right next to that highly suspicious egg here. The Inquisition must investigate the rest of them as well to verify whether they have committed any acts of treason against our laws. They have their own Carmen, apparently. Ooh, I'm gonna kill myself. This isn't going anywhere, is it? Listen, they've been surviving for years upon years by the coast without protection of the Inquisition, and that simply cannot make sense. Oi, I think I've heard enough from you. Isn't it funny how you're blaming them for what is essentially a failure of your responsibilities? And now you roll up in here, only to go, they shouldn't be alive. I'm arresting them all? What, are you saying these people should all be dead or something? I am. There's no other way to cut it. People simply shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this. Not for long. Not for this long. The Inquisitor's reply only seemed to fan Heathcliff's wrath as he lifted his bat and began striding forward. That's it. Lass, if you ever so much as touch the tip of a single villager's hair. Please calm yourself, Heathcliff. Honglu stepped in between them. Get your bloody hands off me! I've had enough of her! Continuing to threaten her will cause something irrevocably bad to happen. I believe you know that yourself, Heathcliff. What do you suggest, then? We're clearly not making any progress for trying to talk this out. Excuse me, Miss Inquisitor. What do you mean that people shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this? I mean it literally. Even by some miracle that they actually do survive, they should at least be suffering from endless hunger, struggling to their wits' end at the inevitability of the calamity. But they look too healthy. The heck? Shouldn't you be applauding them for managing to survive through so much hardship? I'm an Inquisitor. I'm not some crazy person on a power high who goes around accosting and arresting civilians of Iberia straight to the gallows, okay? I have more than enough probable cause to take them in for interrogation. It's just that I don't have the time or the energy to explain every single one of them to you outsiders. I promise them a fair judgment, whichever way that may be, after a proper investigation. So stop it with this obstruction of justice. The Inquisitor brandished her rapier threateningly, her voice shaking with frustration. Dante, without the full picture of the circumstances, Faust advises against further antagonization of a local political authority. I agree with Faust. I get the feeling that she is the kind of heartless Inquisitor that goes around indiscriminately executing innocents, like Miss Mayers told us about earlier. I don't think she's anything like the Inquisitors of Encore we saw back at Call. Hey, we're right. We didn't have the full picture of the circumstances. Getting in the way of an Inquisitor, who was clearly a rather significant political entity in the area, well, that's most likely a bad idea. It isn't the Inquisitor's job to answer your questions. Continue to obstruct me, then. As the standoff was showing no signs of ending, Miss Mayers, I can answer your questions, so for now let's do as the Inquisitor says. Mayers, who had been hiding behind us ever since we returned to the village, suddenly stepped forward. Yet, what of thy grandfather and the villagers? It's alright, I'm sure this is happening only because the Inquisitor doesn't know. What do you mean you'll answer the questions? About the profound silence. Mayer's response to Otis was but a single concept. They didn't quite grasp its significance, but it seemed to surprise the Inquisitor. That's what they call the calamity that destroyed Iberia. I see they're doing a good job of filling me in on some things regarding Arknights. Oh god. Okay. Wait, pools. Okay, real talk. Do we use paid lunacy here? How does this? What are we doing here? How are we approaching this? Singles? I'd recommend Gregor personally. Who do you think I already have? So I have 7 of these funny tickets. I don't... As being annoying and pedantic? You got it, boss. Oh shit. Well... Hey, look at that! Me saying fuck it, we ball got me a fucking 000. What the fuck?! I'm the fucking Rodia streamer, apparently. Jesus. Fucking Kurokoma Rodia. God damn. You can do a single temple once per day? Alright. Let's see what happens! A single pull. Sorry, did I say single temple? Let's see what happens. For 1/10 of the cost! It's worthless! Fucking Christ. Alright. Let's go. Hey, Lunacy is worthless value since there might never be a rerun. There probably isn't gonna be a rerun.
야음을 틈타.
You. Decades ago, a great wave ravaged through Iberia. It wasn't long before the seaborns carried by the waves diminished Iberia's brilliant civilization to this. The waves, the profound silence then must have reduced the village to its current state as well. Is there any reason it's called the Profound Silence? The Profound Silence? Doesn't seem to be the most appropriate moniker for a calamity like that. It's because the sea went dead silent before the waves came. The silence then claimed the ships out to sea, then the cities of Iberia, then the Iberians. No one could say a word in the face of the ineffable calamity. Just what are you? No average Iberian citizen should be privy to any of the information you're sharing. And the Church of the Deep is really capitalizing on the pandemonium that followed the profound silence. They pretend to be Aegir from the sea, delude the citizenry of Iberia, and are sowing chaos in her lands. Well, that's why they're arresting the Aegir left and right. And I can see the thought process, but huh. So it's understandable why the Inquisitor would want to arrest us. Dante, this isn't good. Sharing that seems to have been some kind of a taboo-like thing for the Inquisition. The Inquisitor wordlessly stared at Mayers. Her eyes were filled with traces of anger and confusion, but he's afraid. There was fear in the face of a threat. Not the fear of the terrified, no. It's the fear of someone who's suddenly confronted with something they must destroy. The High Inquisitor once told me that should I come across an Aegir who knows too much, there's a sliver of a chance they may be of assistance to Iberia. To seize! Thou art threatening the innocent with thy brandishing of thy firearm! But most are seduced by the allure of the sea. Thus they are, with little doubt, our foes. I've got a bad feeling about this. Get out of my way, outsider. Final warning. Run! Quicker than the uptake as always, Rhodia slung Mayers over her shoulders and ran past the villagers, while the sinners scattered in all directions to distract the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor draws her firearm, and in the midst of all that action, Don Quixote rushed toward the Inquisitor without a moment's hesitation. Don Quixote? Thou shalt go no further! I, a fixture of justice, shan't abide by as thou persecute them. Forsooth, 'tis a battle delayed, not avoided. This clash is inevitable. In that moment of crisis, seconds before this could irrevocably make us a new enemy, the Monster Energy Drink. Oh. A large obsidian crystallization in the shape of a monster burst forth between the two of them. Gah! Who was it this time? That's enough meaningless bickering. Dr. Kutsi! Do you know her? Yeah, she's Dr. Kutsi. Rhodes Island Medical Department's... Dr. Kutsi, behind you! Shoot first, talk later, is it? The negotiations are over. From this moment onward, Rhodes Island is now operating within legal capacity on Iberian territory under the Inquisition's authorization. The Inquisitor fired a blast at that firearm-looking weapon, but the monster summoned by Kaltseet managed to deflect it. And the cannonball thrown from the weapon punched clean through the wall of the building we stayed the night in, before punching through several other buildings behind it. That was enough to instantly freeze the sinners and the villagers on the spot. Splendid. That penetrated a building. Though their walls may be weaker than the head standard for what counts as a building's exterior wall, to punch through so many is... What a precise point it makes. Now's not the time to stand around impressed! It is a violation of a taboo to have that much penetrative power in a firearm. We're not in the city. Don't lose your heads over this. Taboos don't apply here. My head knows that to be true, yet my heart finds it difficult to be still. That is enough of that discussion for now. It is advisable that we carefully observe and grasp the situation at hand instead of deliberating on a taboo the jurisdiction of which does not reach this far. So... the situation's gotten slightly better, right? If she's Amiya's friend, she's our ally. Besides, she's got some super powerful looking prosthetic gear looking thing too. Is that what you think? I apologize for the disappointment, but I am not on anyone's side. In other words, your particular denomination ally might not entirely be correct. However, if I must define my allegiance, then let me inform you that the closest label would be that I am Inquisitor Irene's ally. Dr. Kaltseet. Mia, outsiders. As much as you would like to deny it, the Inquisitor's suspicions are true. While it can be said that the process by which you reached the conclusion was unfair, the conclusion itself is without a doubt correct. So they're actually connected to the Church of the Deep? That is one way to put it. To be more precise, they are connected to the Church of the Deep. They are the Church of the Deep. Perhaps the village itself is a dilapidated church of their congregation. Our village a church? Just look at our buildings. Where would we even congregate? Your thoughts, Faust? There are not many resources by which we may analyze the decision. However, the fact that Amiya's colleague has made the same argument as the Inquisitor brings the accused defense into question. Yet, I can hardly believe that young Mayers is lying to us. Hold on. Been chatting plenty with that Inquisition or whatever. How do we know you aren't aligned with them the whole time? I see. You really are all entirely in the dark. Unexpected outcome, given that all of you may be from a place far beyond the dimensional door. As fortune should have it, there is no need for you to know it anyway. Truth is truth unchanging, without the acceptance from an errant group of outsiders. Besides, soon... I'm sorry, it seems that we've mired you in trouble. Say no such thing. We shall not abide by as one such injustice is perpetrated before our eyes. The village has already been identified by the Inquisition, and the Inquisition has even brought an ally. It seems quite unlikely that words shall resolve this conflict. But we promise you we will take responsibility for what is done. We have benefited far too much from your warmth and kindness to not to do so. The village chief with a benevolent look pulls a Glock from his cloth. Pulls a dagger from his cloth. And I immediately knew what Kal'tsit was about to say. Take responsibility? You don't have to go that far. Blimey. We are now departing for the sea. As we cannot bring ourselves to leave you here, I must ask you to join us for this journey and become our bloodkin. What are you doing? Stop! The unanticipated, or perhaps I was simply in denial of this rising dread, ambush did not end there. Damn it, the Inquisitor was right. Mirasol says absolutely nothing as he gets fucking shanked in the kidney. The villagers suddenly began shanking the sinners with weapons they concealed in their clothes. Oh god, British! And it seemed they were coming for me as well. Amiya, on your left! Amiya materialized a black ribbon-like apparition, parrying away the dagger flying in my direction. But another villager rushed in, taking advantage of the opening. The charging villager's back made a visceral crunchy noise. Someone flunked them away. Didn't mean to be this late. Scotty, let me catch you up to speed. I know the situation. This fishy smell was what I was sent to investigate earlier. But what about the sinners? Unlike Amiya and I, who managed to survive the initial ambush, the sinners weren't doing so well. At least we had a silver lining in that the Inquisitor and Kal'tsit's quick understanding of the situation and subsequent retaliation led the villagers away from the sinners. Oh, I didn't notice any hostility or aggression. What's up, coward? An odd thing to say. Why would we hold any animosity against you? Why would we intend to kill you? That's really bad news about the sinners. They're not gonna make it. It always ends like this. We're not trying to hurt you. We're simply trying to give you a form better suited for the sea. Until we were obstructed. I apologize for our unfamiliarity has caused you trouble, Inquisitor. I won't make a big stink about what happened. What's truly unforgivable is that the heretics tried to take advantage of the ignorance of outsiders to flee the Inquisition. And even if you are outsiders, any lives lost on Iberian soil are my responsibility. It's my fault. I'm sorry that it came to this. Wait, lives lost? We're still alive, you know. We can shake off a stab wound like... This is most unfortunate, outsider. Huh? What? Your friends are either going to die or turn into Seaborns. The daggers that stabbed them were laced with the flesh of sea terrors. Once that happens, most die. And the survivors become overridden by their cells, becoming nothing more than another sea monster. What? That's not a very big deal? Everyone was acting like this was it for the sinners, but hey, I should be able to deal with this by turning the clock. It's not that bad. The only concern was that I didn't know what would happen if I tried to bring them back after they're fully transformed into Seaborns. The Golden Mount helped deal with the whale's pelletification effects, but I had no idea how it would interact with Seaborn's transformations. We should just kill them before they turn. I know this must be hard for you, but for... What? Sorry to bother you with this, but can you kill my friends? And, preferably the least painful way, you know? Oh, sorry. Was the last part kind of too much to ask? Wait, don't give up already. If we bring them back to Rhodes Island, we should be able to do something to help them. How should I explain this? Guys, can you... Dante, I know what you mean, but... I just can't right now. My strength is rapidly deteriorated since the ambush. It's kind of tingly too, so maybe they use some kind of paralytic cocktail? Just trust me this one time. I can assure you that I'm not just giving up on them. But, Amiya, can you understand the outsider's speech? Yes, it's just that they're making a pretty difficult request. They want me to kill all of their friends before they transform into Seaborns. Okay. And before we even knew it, Scotty had already decapitated the sinners. None of whom resisted. Amiya seemed to have been taken aback by how fast Scotty jumped into action. What are you doing? Scotty? Don't let this spook you. This is just how we roll. The clock turns. The decapitated heads creep toward the headless torsos, connecting with threads of blood. The sensation is that of reversal. It feels as though the sinners and I are severed from the rest of the world, rewinding in isolation. Is this rewinding us back? Is this rewinding us going back in time, or are we defining the concept itself? This pain is multifold worse than the sensation of a straightforward decapitation. The pain is in the heart. As the current of death reverses, I sense a deep, crushing isolation. There's major lore implications for Project Ruin in the event that disappears forever soon. You know, it's funny you mention that. Have you guys ever played a MiHoYo game? In particular, Genshin Impact? They really like to do this thing where they just drop really important bits of lore that become relevant in the main story in time fucking limited seasonal events. Fucking God damn it. And Genshin in particular doesn't have a system where this shit gets archived. Or that there's like a permanent equivalent of that event, even without rewards. It's such shit. Their wounds are disappearing. Resurrection. Metempsychosis. Or time reversal? Puzzling. I have no knowledge with which to interpret this technology. The cost seems to be that the pain is transferred to the one who rewinds. But that seems too small a price for such great power. The discussion of whether this can be categorized as power should be explored later. I couldn't stop shaking. All of my limbs were trembling from the icy solitude. Still, I took a moment to collect myself and ordered the sinners. Icy? Solitude? Dante? I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm talking about. Rhodia aura farming is funny as fuck. She just looks irritated. Like, she looks like she just took a shower and then immediately got drenched in pig blood. Although Mirsol aura farming is fucking crazy. Let's look at Dawn right there. Look at that fucking smug smirk of hers. God damn. Otis too. I mean, she looks like she's just licking her wounds. That's not aura farming so much as I don't know just what they were thinking, but we should be able to find out once we take them down. Getting some serious Sancho vibes? Kind of 50-50, I think. You dare deceive the executive manager and try to take their life? Prepare thyself, for thou shalt now pay the price for making a mockery of justice! Yeah, we can't just let this slide, you know. How unfortunate. And I hopes that all of you would become fine bloodkins. Alright, time to kill this old man. Dear God, Mormons, it's worse. Jehovah's Witnesses. Oh! Alright, so here's what's gonna happen. Priority very high. Oh, I see. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Oh, fucking speed of 4. God, fucking shit. Actually, you can take that, right? Yeah. Okay. Cool. One, two, three. Nice, huh? You know what? Yeah, die. I was thinking about food to describe the sea conflict in Arknights. The ocean is alive and wants the surface to not be. Fucking hell. Walks into Pierre's Bistro. Wait. This looks like I can't do the Donald voice. This looks like I can't do it. It's fucking... It's awful voice. Awful voice. Oh, fuck! Sinclair, no! I should really check who the fucking person I leave to attack is targeting. Whatever, fuck it. Oh, Jesus. 815, work on. Hopeless. Zam! Okay, oh, his speed's 3. Wait a second. I could just leave it open. Wait, it's gonna fucking target. God damn. Cool. I should be able to intercept it because Faust is fast enough. As long as everyone else is... Okay. Fuck! Fuck it, we ball.
헤어내리.
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 세게 보내지 마라.
I know Otis wants to be unopposed attack, but we don't really have the luxury of that right now. Cool. Answer me, Heisho Pax. Why the fuck are they trying to turn us into shrimp?
저 해충들을 도려내라.
무용하군요. 틈을 끊어 이제 깨우치시길.
묘여. 길을 열어라.
Oh, he's got octopus legs. That's fucked up.
친히 목을 떨궈주마.
Damn, this Heisho shit's kinda strong, actually.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
5:15. Really? God damn. I haven't used the red skill yet. Which means... hopeless. Let's block that then. That should work, I think.
헤어내리.
Answer me, Heisho Pax. Does anyone actually still eat at Red Lobster?
도려내라. 묘여, 길을 열라. 고작 이
We got an
정도
ad starting
탕류의
in about
허덕이다.
half a minute. Oh. Oh. Well, at least it's these two that got staggered. They'll be fine.
빈틈투성이네.
They'll be fine. They'll be fine.
친히 목을 떨궈주마. 고작 이
Oh, is he gonna
정도
get staggered
탕류의
this turn? Hell
허덕이다.
yeah. Alright, kick his ass!
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
빈틈투성이네.
Go team! Alright, and an ad's playing. I know that most of you can still watch this, but I'm gonna get up and grab another drink. What if you wanted to live your best life, but the ocean yelled at you and said, you need to turn into a crab now? Wait, I think they're heading to... He's running himself into a dead end. Are they seeking refuge at sea? Wait, that's where the ship is. That's where they're headed. They're trying to board the vessel Masas. Wait, but we never told them that the ship was repaired, so how... Ain't no obvious. The whole village is on it. It ain't a surprise that they sent someone to spy on us, or they know a way to get the ship float... Or they know a way to get the ship floating in its broken state. Vessel? Masas? Vessel Rebelión de las Masas. That ship is moored at a port in that direction. Wait, it can't be! Irene, who was preoccupied with battling... the rest of the followers of the Church of Deep, who were in hiding, quickly gave chase. But Fabius and the villagers were already aboard the repaired ship, slowly departing the harbor with a horde of sea terrors between us and them. How could a vessel that size become operational this fast? The exterior, the name, it must have been constructed during the golden age of Iberia. But how are we supposed to chase that? What if we built a raft and rode after them? Mate, come on. Sea's full of sea terrors. I won't get very far before it sinks. Do you see something, Amiya? You keep looking in that direction. Question. And I haven't need to ask this for a while, but like, they keep mentioning Iberia. So does this like take place in like post-apocalyptic Spain? Oh. The vessel Masas soon disappeared into the mist and the village was left empty with nary a sign of people ever having been there, as though this getaway had all been premeditated. Leaving only mares. It's like our world, but different. Terra is not Earth, but a lot of its culture is similar.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군.
Holy fucking goat Lou!
하지만 세월이 지나면 홍우는 그제야 알게 되겠지. 이 홍루가 무엇을 바꾸었는지를.
Alright, who's ready for another fucking 10? God fucking damn it. Ah! More pulls! More pulls! More pulls! We only have enough for 3 more. For 3 more temples, so I'm fucked. I'm cooked. And we're getting Hong Lu's. Well, at this rate, I might be able to get... At this rate, I'm thinking Dawn is cursed. I would never say that about Dawn. How close am I to Horse Sang? 148 more shards, huh? Fucking Alright. Okay. two-way agreement. Damn, can we just take any ship to go after it? It's a research vessel. Can't possibly be very fast. This will be difficult. Even if it is a research vessel, I'm sure it was constructed during the golden age of Iberia. No average ship can keep up with it. Which is a problem, because I doubt we have any ship that can travel at the same speed. We only have a few small vessels left, which are all anchored too far from this location to be feasible options. Do we have any recourse? No, not unless we can identify the exact location of the vessel. Which is the real problem. We can find ourselves a ship to go after them, yes, but most eyes of Iberia, the lighthouses, were lost during the profound silence. Wait, when you say most, do you mean that there's some left? Just one as far as I know. The one in Grand Faro, but that lighthouse cannot be used at this moment. There's another. There's a lighthouse you can use. Really? Are you really gonna give one of the villagers the benefit of the doubt? Yet young Scotty hath already confirmed her to be safe. All I confirmed is whether she's seaborn or not. Can't know if she's a cultist. 'Tis true, yet once we saw that Mayers was left all on her own, we decided to have her accompany us at all times and keep her within Irene's eyeshot. We can't possibly blame her for what happened, given Scotty's confirmation that she doesn't have anything to do with the sea monsters. Besides, they'd all left her behind. But Irene still seemed to harbor a bit of suspicion. The problem with the Aegir is that she simply knows too much. What could she possibly have gained? Where could she possibly have gained access to all the information? See? She can't even answer that question. But let's think about it this way. What if we were to ask her what we don't know? The location of that lighthouse, for example. They're taking rapidly. What did they say? Dante says that we should approach it differently and ask her what we don't know. Like the location of the lighthouse. That seems like a reasonable suggestion to me. Or does the Inquisitor have an alternate solution to this conundrum? No, but... Fine, let's hear it. I won't interrogate you about how you have access to things that even us Inquisitors don't know. At least not right now. Faro Muerto. Dead Lighthouse. That's our village name. Somewhere a little ways off of the coastline, there's an intact eye of Iberia on the sea, though it was almost destroyed when the profound silence swept through. Off the coastline? Is it not connected to the land? I think it used to be until it sank. We should be able to procure ourselves enough wood and material from the village to build a raft. Is it near enough for a raft to be a means of access? Weather's not great today, but it should do. It's not very far from the coast. Even you? You're going to trust Aegir? I don't see why I shouldn't. I understand that the Iberian mistrust of Aegir is quite profound, yet such sentiment is hollow to the rest of us. Inquisitor Irene, what did you feel when you saw the Rhodes Island operator? If you're talking about the contest, nothing in particular, other than slight annoyance which you accused me of being inhumane. So you didn't harbor any hostility nor disgust. Not that you would have felt any sense of sympathy or empathy either. I have no history of feelings for or against Aegir. Such must be the same for the outsiders. What's she on about? She is conveying that in matters in regards to mayors, our opinions are more objective than Irene's. Finding the vessel Fabius commandeered will be a benefit to all. Limbus Company will gain an opportunity to return the city via dimensional door, while Rhodes Island will have the chance to study at a closer proximity. And the Inquisition will gain possession of the vessel in which technology from the Iberian Golden Age is contained. What? You're going to just hand that over to the Inquisition? Why should we covet what was once Iberia's? While there certainly are aspects that vessel that draw interest, I already have a state-of-the-art masterpiece known as Mephistopheles. As long as that can be guaranteed, I see no reason to refuse. Irene eventually agreed to put her trust in Mayors. We are in luck, Executive Manager. It's quite fortunate that our interests aligned exactly with that of the first strangers we encountered in a strange land. Lucky is right. Imagine if we were back in the city. It would have taken them like 3-4 distortion hunts for us to come to this agreement. Sorry about having to saddle you with this, Mayors. Please lead us to this lighthouse. Okay, happily. So, when you said almost destroyed, how almost destroyed is it? I heard that the light faded from the lighthouse a long time ago, but the shape still stands. At least it was when I saw it a few months ago. If the lighthouse is in an inoperable state, we're going to need an expert technician to get it back in working order. The technology it's based on is completely divorced from the popular application of Originium technology, so I doubt there's anyone out there who can work it anymore. Then you needn't worry about that. Here, we have an engineer and a researcher who are geniuses even among those in the city, so we should be able to manage most mechanical failures. Today is just revelation after revelation, huh? I can vouch for Olympus Company's skills. I can also work on the simpler tasks. I learned a thing or two helping out Gramps. Stuff about the lighthouse or various tech stuff. Well, then should we all head to the lighthouse together? No, I'll be leaving the group for a moment. Amiya will accompany you instead. What? After all that, you're just going off on your own? Yes, to join the doctor. It is imperative for the successful execution of this mission. Of course, that hinges on Amiya and Scotty remaining behind here to assist the rest of you. Thus, I leave it to the rest of you to take the Eye of Iberia, the lighthouse, back. Wait, what do you mean, take back the lighthouse? Is there someone or something out there that's taken over the lighthouse called the Eye of Iberia? A likely supposition. Amiya, what did the manager of Olympus Company say? They're asking if the lighthouse has been taken over by something. Not a bad intuition. Yes, there's a high likelihood that the structure has already been overrun by sea terrors. I don't know about overrun, but I've encountered them a few times when we approach it too closely. Normally, this is hardly enough personnel to attempt to raid the lighthouse, but answer me this. Are there any limitations to the revival? There are no restrictions as long as Dante, the manager, survives. However, do note that battle efficiency depreciates with prolonged battle due to mounting mental stress on the manager. No need to change the plan then. Amiya, use this communicator to alert me as soon as you were able to identify the coordinates of the vessel from the lighthouse. If luck would have it, we should be able to reduce the time it takes to complete the retrieval mission. Okay, as long as you're not taking everyone with you. If it's just her who's leaving, then go ahead. I think we should be fine too. Then let us commence mission Vessel Massless Retrieval. Righto. Step one of the plan's the raft, right? Let's get on with it. It's done. Let's go. What? Why are you looking at us like that? Is there something bothering you? Must you ask? Just look at how proactive and quick she is to jump to action. Certainly lives up to the image of an employee working for a large corporation. Thanks, Otis. For that charitable view, I guess. Thanks to Scotty, who had already finished the first step of the plan, we were able to move on to step 2 immediately. Fucking hell. Okay.
뱃대에서 내려 전장으로.
After a while of carefully sailing on Scotty's raft along the coastal cliffs, a gargantuan shrouded lighthouse emerged from the thick mist. Eye of Iberia. Even in its dilapidated, ruined state, touches that are once monumental and sensitive are apparent on the exterior construction of the lighthouse. Some even call these lighthouses guardians of Iberia. Iberia. It retains the grandeur of the era, as it was built during its golden age. You really know everything, don't you? It is as she said, but now, these lighthouses are nothing but graveyards of countless inquisitors and the soldiers of the Penal Battalion. No one who's attempted to retrieve a lighthouse has ever survived the expedition. Can you please not say scary stuff like that, Miss Irene? We're literally about to walk into one. Don't you ever quit chirping? What are you, a foul beast? Stop yapping in my ear. Why is this one such a coward unlike the rest of you outsiders? I'm not a coward, I'm just voicing my... He did just say some pretty concerning stuff. How long do you think the repairs will take? Its exterior is rather heavily damaged. However, from what is visible from the outside, its interior is still quite intact. With Miss Faust's expertise, it should not take very long. He suggested with a smile, but Faust maintained her silence for the entire journey to the lighthouse. Then said something pretty concerning in response. Of course, my wit remains unmarred even in such uncertainties. The currents are pretty wild. Someone's going to have to stay behind and keep an eye on the raft. We can't just leave it here unattended, but I don't know if we can carry it either. I'll stay here and protect the ship. You sure you can handle this alone? I know you're strong, but maybe one or two more people should stay behind just in case? No, don't need them. Sea terrors will swarm the islet if I go with you anyway. So this has nothing to do with you. So what she's trying to say is that she's worried about you not having enough people to take on the lighthouse when she can handle this area alone. Which is why she's okay with staying behind alone. Huh. Thanks for explaining. Some people just can't help but hop through an extra hoop, I guess. Well then, let's trust her. We'll be back, Scotty. Luckily, we didn't run into any sea terrors on our way to the lighthouse gates. The problem was that the gates were bound shut by strange blue tissues. Reminds me of that L Corp branch back at U Corp. Well, that one was white. I don't think I could do anything to force it open myself, so... Guys, can you pry open this door? Oi, move over. I'll pull from the right side, you grab the left. And we'll all pull together at 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Huh? Something's off here. What are you doing? The door is firmly secured in place. This flesh tissue regenerates almost as soon as it's torn. Perhaps you'll need to tap into a wilder form of art to get this opened. Well, what now? This strange flesh tissue growing on the gates is sea terror. It reacts to the lamp, but it's grown too much to be affected by it in any meaningful capacity. Scotty might be able to open this door with her incredible strength, but... Should I go fetch her? But I think she's already fighting off the sea terrors from sinking the raft. So, we're all on our own. Maybe there's an identity card or ego I could use to get through this. So which one? Huh? Just as I was pondering a familiar question, a faint black glow came into my view, then devoured my sight. Oh shit. It's no intuition or inspiration. It's different from those sudden flashes of realization. And it's not the star of that day that I think of from time to time. It's not the horrible door I see every time I turn the clock either. The formless and black space in which I am not permitted to see. A faint noise, a whisper, cuts through it. And through that opening, I see light. I reach out to the opening and see Scotty, born from a very, very warm gaze. Scotty? Powerful imagery crushes onto me like the waves. Scotty, like the staggering dancer wielding a blade. Scotty who flaunts her flowing locks. And Scotty the singer humming in a low voice. Beyond the fringes of cognition, Scotty's existence has become engraved. The sinner who can wrestle and control this oceanic tidal power is... Fishrail! Dante, are you alright? I'm good. And I don't think we'll need to send for Scotty. Huh? What? Hey, Israel. I've never used this ego before, but I need you to trust me and accept it. What? An ego? I nod quietly. Well, it's not like we ever get to have a practice run with those ego. Whatever it is, it seems to me our managers found a solution. Her confusion is short-lived. She lets out a carefree laughter before stepping forward, boldly trolling her mace once. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Get corroded? Instantly turns into a whale?
한눈 팔지 마세요. 내 말은 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
He attacked fucking nothing. Your axes on the lighthouse are growing! I think she should have destroyed the door instead of opening it. Sorry, didn't think it'd be this strong. Well, the door's open. What are we waiting for? No, I mean, what was... The part where you... What, the part where I suddenly changed into a different outfit and equipped a different personality? Yes, that! That is... This is most fascinating. That an ego could be drawn here in lieu of the mirror Mephistopheles. I think I connected to Mia's subconscious mind. There was this strange, unfamiliar light, and I saw Mia's emotions attached to her memories and experiences. So, I just reached out to them. My subconscious mind? I just had this feeling that it would work. Sorry about peering in without asking first. But I didn't see anything other than things about Scotty. All I need are memories and emotions that can be used to understand the being that is Scotty. It's okay. I also have experience with gaining power from others' memories and emotions to overcome difficult situations. Maybe you were able to draw something for me as well, Dante? That is the most appropriate assumption, especially in a situation in which delving into its principles is impossible. Me, an empath, beaming on clothing onto a woman in my sight. So that's called ego? Verily, of course, Limbus Company's ego is quite distinguished from the other kind of ego, which are bloomed from within oneself. That is enough. No further information is to be divulged to outsiders. Yet it matters not whether young Mayors and young Mia learn of this. I agree with that fool this time. The Inquisitor used an artillery projectile that penetrates the outer wall. Several of them, in fact. Of a building, and the head did not pursue her for following that breach of taboo. This is clearly not the city. Ain't it better to let her talk her heart out than to hear her moan and whine about not being able to say anything? I am convinced. Do as you will, then. Faust's reply almost sounded sulking, but Don Quixote immediately began to expound upon ego to Irene and Mayors anyway. But everyone was too busy to pay attention, whereas the wet, slithering noise from a distance had put everyone on edge. Can we do that later? We've got some cleaning up to do. So, there were more sea terrors past the door. I think any sea terrors from the sea are all converging around Scotty. Means our only roadblocks are sea terrors still lingering around the lighthouse. Let's go. Let's take this lighthouse back. Anything new? No, wait, you? Boy, I sure hope we aren't on top of another sea, but what the fuck is that? Roomba? Real. Wait, who's it gonna hit? Okay, that's fine.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
Have I read the Nether Sea Founder yet?
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
No? Maybe? Which one is it?
무용하군요. 이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
Huh. Is that Guy King? I can take more hits. It's fine. For some reason, it's not the Mark Tent one, but it creates an NSC brand on death. Oh!
불가.
Cool.
시비수에게 명한다.
막아내지 못하리.
이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 저에게 보내지 마라. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Okay.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
불쌍하게 울부짖는군.
It's the wrong fucking counter. It's whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
고작 이
Don't worry about
정도
it.
탕류의 허덕이다.
무용하군요.
Very cool, Sinclair. Stagger moment. Alright, Bay Harbor Gooner? Fucking Jesus. That's a lot of fucking enemies. And Claire, I need you to do a red skill immediately. Alright, surely this gets fucking Faust thing off, yeah?
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
Answer me, Hazel
고작
Pass.
이 정도 탕류의
Do you know that
허덕이
Dokes was the Bay Harbor Gooner?
이제 깨우치시길.
묘야.
Oh,
길을
Well-
열어라.
Cowabunga it is.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
Okay. I have to set up for fucking Unbrilliant Glory. Alright, showtime.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
친히 목을 떨궈주마.
Answer me, Heisho Pax. What is this sea bitch's problem?
저 해충들을 도려내라.
그림자 속으로 가라앉게.
묘여, 길을 열어라.
무용하군요.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
혈염도 바로 와. 더 모아쳐라.
Yeah, it should work. Send it.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
I generate so much fucking green, brother.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 친히 목을 떨궈주마. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
이제 깨우치시길.
Alright, the field's open now. This becomes a problem.
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마라.
죽었네. 다음은 어디로?
Death.
이제 깨우치시길.
I have 15 turns to clear this shit, right? Okay, this stupid gimmick. Let's see. Kill the Roomba. Has to be the main target, right? So if it's the main target, that means I can still use my fucking A with Sinclair. Okay, Gregor's targeting. What the fuck are you targeting? You. That should work out, I think.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
이제 끝내지.
Yeah, it has to be main, but nobody said anything about me smashing other targets when I target it.
틈을 끊어.
Death!
이제 깨우치시길.
혈염도 바로 와.
Like so.
더 모아쳐라. 고작 이 정도 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
깔끔하게
Those
물었구나.
fucking poise stacks. Jesus. Oh. I can't even fucking use it. Wait. Wait. We have a funny. Why not?
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
이제 깨우치시길.
My question is, will I even be able to?
이제
Probably not.
끝내지.
No, I think we just kill. I think we just kill this turn.
고작 이 정도 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없긴 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도
Oh,
없겠구나.
wait. Dante, I get to use my fucking awesome ego on one enemy.
빗바래지 않을 테니.
Did you see that, Dante? Did you see that, manager bud? Fucking Jesus.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면 홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지. 이 홍루가 무엇을 바꾸었는지.
It's ridiculous to think I quit the game when I got stuck onto Yielder Flesh with proper teams, and I got stuck on Nocturnal Sweep for like 2 or 3 weeks, and Weston's pretty much got its current content. One of the luckiest gotcha accounts I've ever seen. Luck or not, I have 6 Hay shows now. Or access to 6 Hay shows. Plus, I've gotten fucking walled pretty damn hard earlier, so... Cool, more of this?
필두 출진.
I am considering the fact that these are just regular encounters. I think I should start swinging on horseback. Not fast enough, apparently. That's fucking AoE. I gotta fucking break that. Neutral. Ugh. Okay. Bless you, Faust. Never mind, I should didn't fucking get.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Alright. Struggling. Okay, he's not gonna hit the funny fella. I think this is okay. Okay.
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자.
Answer me, Heisho Pass.
복기를 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이죠.
What the hell is priority?
도려내라. 묘여. 길을 열어라.
훌륭하군요.
혈염도 바로.
Oh, okay. Sure, why not? Should be fine. Go forth, my Heisho back.
베어내리.
친히 목을 떨궈주마. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 고작 이 정도 탕류의
See, these
허덕이나.
mob encounters are luring me into a false sense of security. Because I just know there's gonna be a fucked up mirror dungeon at the end of this.
훌륭하군요.
And it's gonna
불쌍하게
suck.
울부짖는군.
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마라.
Okay. Well, this is unfortunate, but whatever. These mobs are nothing. The boss is the color where the CBC comes from. So I've heard tell of. We do this. Okay.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어. 친히 목을 떨고 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
이제 끝내지.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
That was not a lot of damage. Go us. Anyway, Grievous at 21 stacks. Let's make this shit count. Sinclair actually needs to... It'll be fine. Everything will work out.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어. 친히 목을 떨궈주마. 고작 이 정도 넌 푸름을 틔울 수
Answer me, Heisho Pax.
토끼를 보내라.
What should I eat for dinner when the stream's over?
저 해충들을 도려내라.
그림자 속으로 가라앉게.
묘여, 길을 열어라. 혈염도 봐라.
Oh, you're gonna fucking get it.
무용하군요.
Alright, Greg's at 30 stacks. On turn 6 out of 15 needed for the EX. It's stage 2 of the brand, so I think I ought to hit this thing once at least. A little awkward, but it'll be fine. Oh, how about you just hit that? That works.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
Die!
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
I probably should have counted the.
빈틈투성이네.
I'm not at a point where this is a big deal. Actually, it's fine since I ended up killing this thing. Fucking Onomite looking thing.
틈을 끊어.
Alright, Gregor's at 40 stacks. Right. We need fire resources, of which we do not have. Oh, I can literally use this once a day. Whatever, it's funny.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
이제 끝내지.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
My nutrients, no! Anyway, died.
무용하군요. 이제 깨우치시길.
Oh. Well, Fuck, I can't even use any of them. Wait, no, I can. Die, I guess.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
환상의 세계로 들어가 보죠.
불가 위약. 막아내지 못하리.
뱀으로
Answer me, Heisho Pax.
저
이
해충들을
거리면
We
충분해.
are definitely gonna die at one point, right? Yeah?
알겠지만
Man, that flurry attack is fun.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군.
Wow.
피몰진 길일 뿐이지만
Well, to be fair, I'm not using Otis to back
세월이
that family.
지나면 홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지. 이 홍로가 무얼 바꾸었는지.
4 more stages. The Fabled Knight. Before that, how about we do a 10 pool? Just to remember the good times. This is pool 450, by the way. You guys ready? Because I'm not. This shit's gonna fucking suck. Very good times. Oh, we got jack shit, brother. Woo! You get fucking Acorn Rodeo. Ah! What am I gonna do with all these Rhodias? Fucking. I just. Should have fucking sharded Yisang, I guess. Anyway.
앞장서시오.
Go forth, my horse. Go, Yisang, be your most amazing self.
군주가 나
의로움을
흑수
잠깐
어디서
주군께서 모이를 뿌리셨으니
필두 출진.
There were more sea terrors than we expected near the lighthouse, but thanks to Irene's lamp, the light of which paralyzed their nervous systems paired with the rather narrow passageways, we were able to handle them without much trouble. Also, as the control room was, unlike the exterior wall, mostly undamaged. Faust shared the good news that the repairs most likely won't take very long. Yisang was right. Fortunately, the inside is barely damaged. How are you progressing, Miss Faust? It is almost complete. We best prepare to leave. Then I'm rid of the doctor. Let's... A tremor shakes the building with a loud boom, and debris begins to fall from the ceiling. The lighthouse's precarious floor suddenly collapses from the shock. Ah! The floor! The floor's giving way! What's going on out there? Something rammed against the eye of Iberia. I see aught shattering through the ocean's surface, the sheer explosive force turning water into mist. And it is charging at us once again. As Yisung noted, I saw the shadow of a dark figure through the ruptured outer wall of the lighthouse. charging ferociously at the ruined structure. The figure looked a lot like one of those knights of the city's western region Don Quixote will talk at length about. The lighthouse might crumble at this rate. And we have no choice. We have to stop whatever's out there. I'll stay here. The rest of us will descend the lighthouse and... The lighthouse is almost fully functional. It only takes some finishing touches to have its light shine again. Which I can handle, so I'll stay behind. It seems entirely unnecessary to leave the rest to you. I'd much rather leave it to Faust, who is an expert. I've read about the Seaborn before. The fables and legends say that he is the last knight. And if those stories have any grain of truth in them, you're going to need all hands on deck if you to even have a chance at stalling it. You better prepare for a few days of interrogations once I bring you into the Inquisition. Your decision, Executive Manager? All hands on deck! Leave the lighthouse to Mayors. We have to put a stop to that knight somehow. Waves crest high and violent behind the spear-wielding knight. We have to protect the already precarious lighthouse against the knight. The knight begins to charge at us, his steed splitting the very sea. And I simply know this is going to be easy. Hi, Artorias. Oh, Jesus, this is real. Okay. One day, wheat grains he planted did not sprout. One day, he stopped feeling the scent of life between his breaths. Thus, he rides against the currents. Hunting after waves, he seeks the waves, reproaches them, and eventually brings about their destruction. Faint memories, having blinked through Amiya's fathoms, flash briefly before my eyes, and the Seaborn Knight wields his great lance against Surface T's terrors. He shudders as though with repulsiveness, but he does not stop. You obstruct progress to cover the lands. That is impermissible. This is the land. The Knight and the Sea Terrors don't necessarily seem to be on the same side. Perhaps diplomacy may be a viable solution here? Overcome the bellowing roar and try to talk to the Knight. Gloom Pride advantage. Answer me, Seaborn Knight. We are not the sea. We are not its waves. The Knight's great lance falters with doubt. Waves are the only thing that hold any meaning for him. The Knight gains 3 offense level down.
아는 것을 모른 채 할 수는 없으니.
敵の調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
Alright, how bad is it? Oh, that's bad. Is this hard mode or normal? Hard! We'll switch to normal when I lose. Don't worry about it.
불가 위야.
Oh!
막아내지 못.
Oh! Oh, he's real!
친히 목을 떨궈주마.
혈염도 봐라.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
When hit, inflict 1 cold against the attacker. Really? When this unit takes damage and brings their HP down, so you'll nullify that damage. Oh, fuck you! Fuck off, actually. What the shit? You're the important one. Is that worth it? Let's generate them greens, boys! Actually, hold on. Why don't I... And that way I can get the Faust counter off, yeah? We'll see. Favored. It's favored.
불가 위야
시비수에게 명한다.
막아내지 못하리.
이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고.
I see this guy's a little scary.
모험하군.
We're cooked. The sinner's relentless assault upon the knight begins to slow. Though we don't have anything in common with the knight, cold, cold loneliness rides his bellow insidious under the faint light. Or he waves or rocks in his eyes. The sea wets our hems, giving us no time to answer the question. Someone has to stand their ground next to the petrified sinner, so we have to charge the knight. Stand ground. Unfortunately, my usual guy is unselectable, but you know what? We do have the rabbit. Sinner Faust's warmth reignites the fire of determination of the rest of the sinners. In that moment, Irene raises her lamp, shouting, "Oh God, what a time to be raided! Hey, I'm getting my ass kicked!" Iberia's flame illuminates her path. Unlike the knight, we're not alone. So we do not have to endure the chilling loneliness by ourselves. Hey, this is Falcon, by the way. He's the one who designed me. He's been stringing Digimon Time Stranger? What's it called? I almost shouted out myself. Guys, you should really follow me at twitch.tv/WildWest. You can watch me get my ass beat almost daily. Unlike the night, we're not alone, so we did not have to endure the chilling loneliness by ourselves. We're frozen from all allies.
때로는 검이 문제를 해결해주기도 합니다.
皆さんしっかりしてください。
He's got a concussion. You are the priority, so I will hit you with... Oh, fucking God, they're both... Oh, that's scary. I don't like that. What the fuck? That's... That is fucking demonic. Time to up level? I literally can't, so I'm probably gonna go back to normal difficulty once this is over. If win rate is refused the classes because you were not gonna win those classes. Fuck it, we ball.
자, 어느
어!
쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Yo! I'm also frozen now. He tried. Answer me, Heshopax.
말로 받아내라.
I'm gonna fucking die. Can someone take me home? Ah!
저 해충들을 도려내라.
하나 넘고, 둘 넘고, 꺾고 제쳐라.
모여. 길을 열어라.
適した攻撃でなくとも最善の選択だったはずです。
We're cooked.
과연
皆さんしっかりしてください。
We're cooked. Yeah, the second they get AoEs. God, is it actually better for me to use the fucking power? God damn. And he's too slow to even fucking counter it, so... No. Honestly, if you can win this fight on hard, I can't. Just stick with hard until the last level. I know it's gonna hit a wall eventually. I mean, look at my fucking level discrepancy. It's not happening. But I wanted to see how far I could get. And apparently it's here. Ugh.
목을 콱 물어버리자고. 이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
Unbreakable coin, save me! Ah!
혈염도 바로 와. 더. 모아쳐라.
Alright, we're gone. Think about those energy you get from hard? No!
모든 것에 견뎠어.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
Something seems to have changed with the sinners? Oh, you fucking think so? Woo! We are all struggling. Well, what if I were to simply corrode right here and now? You could always do the HPL solo cheese. The Vi one? I guess. Kinda fucking lame though, isn't it? What if we simply... Holy shit. Think this is the call for this? Actually, is there such thing as cheese in a game like this? Yes! And we just pointed out Vi Ishmael as an example.
조심하시죠. 전장에서 촌딱처럼 두리번거리고 있다간
불가
피가 끓어오른 두 개에게 쪼아먹힐 테니까.
막아내지 못하리.
친히 목을 떨궈주마.
We're cooked.
삿갓을
Alright,
바로 해주시오.
I'll be right back, everyone.
네, 그걸로 충분.
예전부터 한 번에 되는 일이 없었지. 대관원을 나선 이후부터 언제나 줄고. 그러니 될 때까지 피를 흘리고 치고 박으면 그만이다. 나의 도끼는 차고 넘치니까.
Now I was just really holding in the need to piss. Alright, Alright, so how do you guys want to handle this? Do you want me to just switch over to easy mode, or do you guys want me to try a fucking solo with a support unit? Preferably, it'd be one that has an evade, assuming. Okay, who do you people suggest I use then? Just do normal. We will do one attempt with a solo, and then we will stop. I won't entertain any further attempts. So tell me, who am I going to use? Zai Ishmael. I'm not using that molar one since she's level 45. Oh no.
지정 보호 구역의 소요 사태 확인.
So the idea is, I use her fucking counter every turn, her defense every turn, yeah?
목표 위치로 돌격 중.
And then... which one am I countering? We're gonna fail this check, aren't we? Oh. Maybe. Okay.
의뢰비 인상에 대해서 대화를 나눠볼 만한 성과 아닌가요?
敵の調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
Okay. Why not? Let's see what happens.
위험 인물 발견. 제압할게요.
Oh, that's not a good start. Let's see.
전투 중이니까 짧게 부탁드리죠.
I did it with Hisho, so it turned into a DPS race where I was down on my last years, but I would do it again. I used the sinking team with dodges, so Malaris fits that. Well, I don't exactly have the liberty of choice here. Okay, those are my options. Neutral. Alright. This isn't gonna end well.
위험 인물 발견. 제압할게요.
Oh, that was a good try. I get staggered, I die this next turn. Or maybe this turn. Fucking hell. Let's just switch back to normal.
どんなに辛い任務でも
Oh, wait!
皆さんにはダンテさんがいらっしゃるのできっとやり遂げられます。
Sure, why not? Let's see what fucking happens.
의심 끊고 믿음 새겨. 그저 맹목적으로 기도해.
I love my maggot fish wife.
의심 끊고
I put up my level 45 Malarish. Well, I'm still not gonna fucking do it again.
맹목적으로
Maybe I'll try it off. I'm not fucking wasting my time doing that right now. I told you guys I'm gonna do it once and that's it.
의심 끊고 믿음 새겨. 그저 맹목적으로 기도해.
4 damage.
당분해요.
Alright, she's dead.
지원 요청을.
Inflicted fucking poison. What a fucking ego. Oh, all the ones to corrode to, it had to be the weakest one. Whatever.
지역 보호 실패.
Alright, back to normal.
제 실수 때문에 치바이의 명예가 땅에 떨어지겠네요.
I totally forgot to do my heart, so thanks for doing this stream, buddy. Alright.
군주가 나
의로움을 세우기 위해서라면.
흑수, 오,
잠깐.
어디서
주군께서 모이를 뿌리셨으니 횃대에서 내려 전장으로.
Having all 4 uncaps is crazy. Gonna feel like a breath of fucking fresh air. I even failed it!
아는 것을
But I
모른 채
can't
할
fail
수는
it.
この調
없으니
子が悪くなっているみたい
I'm
です
just goaded like that. Alright, okay.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
Answer
토끼를
me, Heisho Pax. Who the fuck decided this fight was a good idea?
도려내라.
틈을 끊어.
묘여.
Oh my god, his health is like half of what it is on hard.
適
That's
した攻
crazy.
撃でなくとも最善の選択だったはずです
틈을 끊어.
혈염도 봐라.
He's basically unchanged from
이거라면
Arknights.
충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
もっと効果的な方法が
모든 것에 견뎠어.
敵が来ます皆さん戦闘の準備を
Ugh.
날개를 펼치고
시비수에게
발톱을
명한다.
걸어.
이 앞에 숨지는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
His whole gimmick is stunning and freezing if you hit him.
모험하군.
Dog, what the fuck?
囚人に致命傷を確認至急対処お願いします
달아오를
これ
틈도
も
없이
作戦の
끝내네요.
一環リンバスカンパニーの戦い方
Hive mind. No! Okay, Ugh, they're all unbreakable coins. How annoying. Alright, no, it's not the time to use that. Okay, fuck it, send it. Wait, how close are you to... Fuck you!
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
He turned into a frozen chicken!
ティンバスカンパニーの皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
Anyway, die.
일기당천
말로
Answer me, Heisho Pex. Why did I turn into a fucking popsicle?
도련해.
하나 넘고 물 넘고
効果的な攻撃でした。
적질났나.
タンテさん、なんだかただならぬ気配を感じます。
Well, if it's unclashable... Slay the ocean, slay the ocean! I'm sure this'll be fine. I'm sure it's gonna be daijoubu. Amazing! The knight rides upon the violently whinnying steed. Land traced skyward, the knight races across the sea, splitting its waves. We won't succeed at this rate. Stall him, please, even for a second. Irene directs her hand cannon toward the knight. Her aim and will undulates on the same frequency with the waves. We need but a moment to recover. Top of the waves, go for his legs, not his lance. Oh! Oh. Okay. What do I go for, chat? Don't play coy, I want to go home. Answer me, Heisho Fax. Can I have ice cream on the way back home? I fucking failed the coin flip too. The knight's fierce charge briefly wavers when Sinner Honglu jumps in his path. The Inquisitor quickly capitalizes on this momentary opening. A blinding spark flies from her hand cannon, and the knight is thrown off his steed. Slay the ocean, skill goes clashing.
아는 것을 모른 채 할 순 없으니.
Gonna matter how fucking much if we're dead. Dense shadow pools under the lone knight. Susurrus of teeming flesh sliding against flesh can be heard from beneath. Are they gathered to defeat the knight? They must have first gathered there, believing him to be one of them until they came to a realization that the knight is a traitor to the Great Will. The knight leaps off from the surface, but the sea rises violently in response to drag him back down. The waves crest high, gnawing upon the knight, crashing him back down to the water surface. But he leaps once again, the cresting waves as his stepping stones. He belongs not to the sea. He stands tall against the Great Will, his head held high in eternal defiance. The unremittent knight rides across the watery mountains and charges at us. Thank God I have Faust for this. Sinner Faust brings the knight's charge to a stop. Then, the waves begin to crash in. Once, twice, thrice. But unlike the knight in the backstreets, the waves don't stop coming. He has always challenged the waves and is fated to do so for eternity. The waves will always shake the sea until the day of the knight's sinking. Struggle passive deactivated. The last knight gains the knight's corpus.
때로는 검이 문제를 해결해주기도 합니다.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
He doesn't have this anymore. Surely he won't corrode, yeah? Maybe I should counter something else. Fucking Jesus. All right, I'm being raided again? Oh, hey, Bach. Yeah, this is fine, probably. Surely. Is someone call for a Heisho pack? Oh! I should have
지나온 길을 생각하.
really
이
paid
또한
attention.
내가 걸어야만 하는 길이겠지.
Good news, guys! We're gonna get to do this fight again!
과연 뭘 위해 지금까지 죽어나
囚人の皆さんもきっとできます私皆さんのことを信じています
Why not?
너무 춥고 빗방울은 차차 굴거만 가구려.
바로
Well,
해주시죠.
Gregor's dead.
거긴 오는구만.
敵が優勢です状況を今一度把握し直さなければ
Alright, we get to redo the fight, everyone! Yeah!
Mission failed.
Penny Solo? Absolutely fucking not. What are you talking about?
내지 못했는가? 이래서야
I'm gonna-
아시의
I am
이상에
too
다다르기
fucking tired to
위해
entertain that
몇
fucking
해가 필요할지
notion.
가늠이 서질 않는군.
필두 출진.
아는 것을 모른 채
敵
할
の
수는
調子が
없으니
悪くなっているみたいです
And they don't have a choice on that one. Whatever. Okay.
撃が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
Ugh. Okay.
자,
시비수에게
어느 쪽일지
명한다.
잘
이
생각해보라고.
앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
Anti-rehation packs. Why do we keep turning into popsicles?
저 해충들을 도려내라.
틈을 끊어. 바로
몸소 보여주지. 자, 어떻게 대관할 수
공격이 됐다.
없는지.
Okay. Go by horse saying. Amazing.
이것이 말의
サン
행진이여.
タさん、なんだかただならぬ気配を感じます。
Like it fucking matters. A-Res moment. A-Res moment. A-Res moment.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
That's a lot of damage.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
아는 것을 모른 채 할 순 없으니.
Go forth, my rabbit. Barely made it.
때로는 검이 문제를
中心の
해결해주기도
皆さん
합니다.
の状態に何か変化が。
Are you serious? Neutral. Favored. Okay. God, I hope this works. Fun fact, this fight is exactly to the Arknights from last night. I think we went over this already. Don't fuck the coin toss!
막아내지 못하리. 바로
모험하군.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Don't fuck the coin toss! Yeah!
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
Oh, we're still gonna die.
뜻을 이루기까지
Cool!
囚人に致命傷を確認。
한 번
地球
더
大将お
나를
願いします
비껴가라.
これも作戦の一環。リンバスカンパニーの戦い方。
Hopeless. Oh, baby. Well, let's do our best, everyone. For command. Shut the fuck up. It's fine. He doesn't have that many AoEs right now. It'll be okay.
일기당천.
Fuck! Fuck!
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라. 접질렀나?
Goodbye, Sinclair.
지나온 길을 생각하면 이 또한 내가 걸어야만 하는 길이겠지.
囚人が退却できませんでした。あ、ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力があります。
Fuck! Okay. I believe in you. Go, Heisho Faust!
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리. 이제 깨우치시게.
I'm out of rounds. The lab's almost out too. We're holding him back for now, but we won't last much longer. No BS, I can last. The lighthouse, not so much. What difference does that make? As we're reeling from the battle against this enemy who's more like a force of nature than human. Without giving us much time to breathe, the knight fixes the spear and begins charging at us again. It didn't take very long for the severity of the situation to dawn as I quickly began to rack my head with a desperate wish. What can I do? What can I do here? That's when through the mist, the black space begins to envelop my vision once again. Wait, this is just like... And from the dark, light shines again. I reach out toward it and see, unlike the earlier phenomenon, which focused entirely and powerfully on Scotty, a single individual, what I saw this time was an unfamiliar place called Casimir's. This place was filled to the brim with things that Don Quixote would lose her mind over, like knights and their countless fans, an arena in which to test one's mettle. But the one in Amiya's thoughts sits far from all of that glory, in a very mundane-looking office. He wears a well-kempt set of clothing, while his eyes are, with a slight squint, focused on reading the newspaper. The man looked more like an office worker than a knight, but the most radiant part of that scene was a banner hanging on the wall, and a sword. Don Quixote was the first sinner to come to mind, and she, our ardent admirer of knights and pursuer of glory, spin that energy from his sword as her own? Wait, no, he's different. He's a bum-ass. I know exactly who works perfectly for this. I need someone who doesn't pursue glory, someone who can handle their own tarnished glory. They really like the word tarnished, don't they? The sinner who can detachedly wield the entirety of their body on honor is... Yes, there's just one. I'll trust you, Gregor. Use this ego to hew through that charge. Split the waves. You just delight to split the waves, huh? I hear you, Manager Bud. Let's do this. It's just shameless.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은 빛바래지 않을 테니.
This incandescent golden blades of light cleaving through the darkness of the sea. I gotta read that. The incandescent golden blades of light surge forth, cleaving through the darkness of the sea. The knight withstands and parries each of those lights away, but he comes to a stop when the last of the golden radiance cuts across the sea and looks in our direction as if to admire it. And finally, the lighthouse makes a low, resonant, creaking noise before firing a bright light toward the ocean horizon. Mayers has completed the repairs. Oh, the light returned to its house once more! Silence all! Mayers is saying something. Like Oda said, Mayers was peeking out of the window, shouting something at us. Fucking God! Vessel Masses is still near the shore, somewhere in the coastal sea. It moored somewhere by the beach, somewhere quite a bit of distance away from the village coast. Confirmed. I'll radio Dr. Kaltseat immediately. That's all well and good, but what about that monster? Yeah, what if it charges at the lighthouse again and destroys it? I heard it talk during our battle, but I don't think the creature is capable of actually communicating with them. This will be a problem. Don Quixote? Wait, don't get too close to it, it's too dangerous! But before we could stop her, Don Quixote had already approached as close as she could to the seaboard, her eyes twinkling. Wanna know who this guy's based on? Artorias? She takes a brief moment to admire the knight and his steed before asking in an energetic tone. Oh, mighty knight, what is the name of thy noble steed? I'm joking. I saw the fucking Rocinante passive. Wait, she can communicate with him? Oh, 'tis quite a coincidence then. My noble steed is also named Rocinante. Forsooth, the steed most fine indeed. It hath served me well over countless adventures of mine, despite its appearance. Yet I must inquire thee, noble knight, wherefore dost thou strike this lighthouse so? Kyoto to communication. Perchance there was a tad inconvenient misunderstanding here then. Good night. I and my compatriots are now embarking upon an adventure most important. Yet with thy instruction we are unable to do so. Prithee, wilt thou return to whence thou came? Don Quixote regarded the knight with a stance that was at once courteous and brave. And the knight and his steed Rocinante stared wordlessly back at Don Quixote. I wasn't sure if she managed to get through to the knight, or if the knight just lost interest, but they both departed the lighthouse, looking out to the far distance. Really exists seaborns who hope for something other than just survival. Such powerful seaborns lurk at sea. Are you alright, Donkey? You should be thankful that it somehow yielded a positive outcome. When are you going to fix that habit of rushing forward without thinking it through? Mine apologies. While Don Quixote returned the knight with that bizarre conversation, Amiya raised her voice happily as though she just received good news. What? Dr. Katsi, is that true? What's going on? The doctors managed to infiltrate the vessel Masas. They're already done cleaning up the decks and are now waiting for the rest of us to arrive. But it's been hardly 10 minutes since the lighthouse came on. The doctor's an excellent strategist. And a whale, apparently. And based on what Dr. Kaltsitsa told us, I think they already had some plans in motion before we activated the lighthouse. Great! Let's return to Scotty and join them. We returned to the raft to explain what had transpired. Scotty listened to us quietly before replying in the exact same manner she did before. Someone's going to have to stay behind. I'll stay. Go find the vessel Masas. You're going to refuse again if we offer help, aren't you? Yes. Then I'll see you after you retrieve the vessel Masas. I'll let the doctor know what happened here. What an oddball.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면
Jesus.
홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지.
Yeah, there's no way I'm going to do this normally.
무엇을 바꾸었는지를.
If I intend to complete this within an hour. Or, like, on hard. There's no way I'm gonna do it because my fucking levels are fucked. Anyway, Temple! It's not gonna happen. This is not gonna be the one. We're just gonna do it for shits and giggles. See? Abandon all hope. Fuck it, I guess I'm gonna get immediate vampire mersault. Look at that, man. He's 230 shards. Just do the last sample. Fuck it. Yeah, I don't care. Despair. This game fucking hates me. Fuck you, Encore Heathcliff. Alright, command meltdown.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
470 pools. Okay. Oh. Fluid sack or command meltdown. Meltdown it is. Would you just shut up? This is something we've deliberated on for the past fucking month. Yeah, of course I have fluid sac. It's literally guaranteed. We've had this circular ass argument about whether I should get fucking command meltdown or fucking hung loose thing because it's busted as shit. The sad thing is having to pull 470 times to get nothing! Alright.
필두, 출진.
This is the doctor, researcher at Rhodes Island. Nice to meet you! When I, after everything we went through, finally had the chance to meet the doctor of Rhodes Island, I realized that I'd been building a vastly different image of them in my mind based on the name alone. I was thinking they were going to be someone like Yi-Sang, Faust, or Hohenheim from LCE. I don't know who that is. But the first impression of them was similar to what I felt when I met a K-Corp employee. The clock just ticked. And this is Dante, a manager at Limbus Company. The ticking just now was nice to meet you. Okay. Thanks for accompanying Amiya. Honestly, I was pretty worried when we were separated at the border. I should thank you and Amiya, actually. You would have been in a real pickle without her, so. It's a bit embarrassing to repeat that myself. Dante says that we would have been in a real pickle without Miss Amiya. Hohenheim is that blue-coated dude during the checkup event, which I haven't done. Sorry, Manager Bud can't talk human, so don't worry about it. We'll take over the translation. I clicked a button. It is incorrect to state that manager cannot talk human. A more accurate assessment would state that the manager is incapable of assessing sonic means of communication, which includes verbal communication. However, they are able to produce repetition of multiple sounds that may register on a similar scale to that of the ticking of multiple hands, second hands, minute hands of a clock. I don't know. know, something about the way Marcel put it sounds worse. Don't worry, it is not a difficult task when only a single individual has to be translated. Doctor, let us move on to the next steps of the plan. Next steps? Thanks to Olympus Company's efforts, we obtained the exact coordinates of the vessel Mastas and managed to capture the decks with ease. Excuse me. However, Fabius, who is suspected to be a bishop with the deep, and his followers have barricaded themselves inside the bridge's control room. While it may seem as though they're hiding, I believe they're trying to bait us. As in, they're waiting for us to enter the bridge before summoning reinforcements from elsewhere to trap us in a pincer attack? Something like that. The elsewhere is most likely to be the sea, as the reinforcements are probably more sea terrors. Fabius is a seaborn, and the ocean will answer to the call of their kind. Olympus Company and Irene will head to the bridge and neutralize Fabius. Amia and I will accompany you to provide support and identify the situation within the bridge. In the meantime, Kaltsit and the other operators will remain on standby on the strip's exterior at the pre-designated locations. I'd like to avoid getting surrounded by sea terrors before we manage to take down the Church of the Deep within the bridge. I observed several entry points leading straight to the bridge while we were working on repairing the vessel. Fuck. Your force doesn't seem numerous enough to close off all of them. It's true that there are many entry points here, but we don't need forces guarding every single one of them, especially here. The hallway is narrow, long, and straight, so makes sense to me. How about here? Are you sure you're not overly focusing your forces to a single checkpoint? Let's see. One closer look. Looks like Commanding Officer Otis is finally in her environment. Got any questions, Manager Bud? I have no idea what they're talking about, if I'm being honest. Really? I saw you commanding the Syndicate earlier. You seem pretty adept at giving orders and making decisions. Win rate, 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 win rate. Indeed, they seem quite adept at making on-the-spot strategic commands and identifying exploitable weaknesses and patterns in their enemies. Win rate, 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 win rate. However, the Doctor and the Outsider are operating on fundamentally different fields. No further elaboration is necessary. Agreed. That particular aspect of strategizing is not one of Manager Dante's obligations. And even if there is a chance for them to engage in such elements, it may be too early to do so. Is that so? It is. At least that is what Faust has judged. What are they on about? I was about to ask that myself. I don't know. I have no idea. Having finished her discussion with the Doctor over the plan, Otis returned wearing a grim look. Huh? Is there something wrong with the plan? No. Wasn't anything wrong with the plan. I expected a certain degree of competency, but they were impressive far beyond my expectations. Really? That good, huh? Even when I think back to my days in the line of duty, I can't think of too many like them. Right, so they're dependable. Good enough for me. If your strategizing's done, let's get cracking. What of you, Miss Mayers? If it is too much to face what awaits, then you need not follow us. I decided to stay here anyway. The Doctor's going to update you in real time where the safe zones are, so please keep that communicator close to you. I will. Hey, Gramps, is there something you would like for us to do? No, it's nothing. If there's something you want to tell him, contact us through the communicator at any time. We're going to find a way to resolve this as peacefully as we can, but if the negotiations break down... Yeah, I know what you mean, Doctor. Be safe, everyone. Leaving Mayers behind with their unfinished sentence, we followed the Rhodes Island team to the bridge. The bridge was as gaudily decorated as ever. Fabius, flanked by hooded followers and sea terrors, greeted us with a kindly smile. Welcome. I truly did appreciate thy kindness. Wherefore didst thou seek to harm us? Your suspicions are certainly justified, but I implore you to think back. If you truly believed that we had sought to harm you then, how would you explain that one peaceful night you had spent in Fata Muerto? We have never wished you any harm. We did not then, and we do not now. Huh. Not even a day after you folks stabbed us in the back like cowards, and you want us to believe that? Our wish has always been the same. We only wish to extend the freedom to roam the seas to those with capable, kind-hearted souls. Mate, we know you were just trying to turn us into sea monsters of some kind. Monster is only a name. The essence of its being changes not regardless of the label given to it. Become one with the sea, become one with the endless cycle of life, and one day your misunderstandings will end, and you will come to understand us. Looks like this fight between us is going to be unavoidable. I pulled out the identity cards the moment I saw Fabius raising his hand. The Doctor seemed to have finished their preparations as well, as they and Amia stood opposite Fabius. Incoming! Get ready, everyone! Let's stop them here for good, no matter how long it takes. Their strategic formations prioritize reducing sacrifices to the absolute minimum. Their command sought to protect, sought to defend, and their forces were quick to follow them. Rose Island's operation was certainly impressive, but that's not exactly our style. Win rate, win rate, win rate, win rate, win rate, win rate! All I can do is put my faith in the sinners and push them onward. Our style is... trust me to bring you back, no matter how many times they cut you down. Let's wipe them out! The win rate button has been generated. Okay. Yep, that's AoE. Okay.
자,
Answer me, Hateful Pax.
잘
Why are we starting with this
속기를
shit already?
보낸다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
틈을 끊어.
묘여. 길을 열어라.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
혈염도 봐라.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
Okay.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
We're taking it nice and easy. Can't do that yet. Okay. Actually, This will be fine.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
친히 목을
I might be
떨고 싶어.
stupid.
고작 이 정도 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
It's fine.
이제 깨우치시게.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
Yeah, sure. Let's go.
일기당천.
무용하군요.
Death!
이제 깨우치시게.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Well, he tried.
이제 깨우치시게.
Damn. Fred's gonna die or turn into Seaborns. Just kill him first, it'll be fine.
자,
Like, I'm not even keeping up
어느
the fucking
쪽일지
Ace Passive at
잘
this point.
생각해보라고.
It's all Faust doing the work right now.
이제 깨우치시게.
친히 목을 떨고 주마. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Oh, that's it? They're dead? Okay.
자,
Answer me, Ace
어느
Pass.
쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Is it successive force?
말로 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나 저 해충들을 도려내 넘고 오여.
I didn't think they would do that. I really didn't think they would do that.
한화 휴재. 개인의 골몰지 마시오. 전장에 전념하시오.
You okay? Okay. Can do that. That singular purple in the middle does not inspire joy, but whatever.
친히 목을 떨고 주마. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나 친히 목을 떨궈주마.
틈을 끊어.
Die!
혈연도 봐라.
Oh, okay. I can't fucking read. Okay, that should work, I think.
일기당천.
That coin toss was a little close. That's fine. Anyway, I'm going to AoE you to death.
충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
Holy fucking shit, Rodeo! Where'd that come from? Anyway, I guess Faust is gonna kill you now.
틈 훌륭하군요.
Death! Okay, cool.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
Answer me, Heisho Pax. We're still on pace to get the edge,
이
right?
거리면 충분해. 너한텐
Oh!
조금
Oh!
멀겠지만.
사여,
I kind of forgot that we could do that.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
훌륭하군요.
빈틈투성이네.
Oh, we win! You're pretty persistent. Fabius flees again using Sea Terrors and his followers as meat shields. Wait, no, I see it now. It's not Fabius who's putting them in harm's way to save himself. The Sea Terrors and the cultists are throwing themselves in our way, entirely willing to sacrifice their lives to ensure that Fabius gets away. But for all that, the only place left for them to flee on the ship, wounded and cornered by the sinners in Irene's lamplight, was the decks. No one left to run, Fabius. I understand you can't help but continue to thrash and struggle to live even knowing that there's no hope. Run and only make your pain worse. That's different. Fabi didn't run to live. Voice echoes from under the dark sky. Mayors? Mayors appearing quite different from how she did a moment ago. He approaches Fabius slowly, her expression solemn and mournful. He looks down at him wordlessly. Told you that your methods won't win your understanding, Fabi. What a shame. I thought those with such wisdom and aptitude would. I hoped you would be able to realize... I hope you would still be able to realize your ideal here, even after I'd left. It will be realized. Fabius may die here, but we will remain. Now it is time. Devour me. But Fabius blurted out threw us off once again, even before we regained our footing from the shock of realizing Mage's true allegiance. Who could have seen this coming? People? Oh, looks like they're about to give us a live demonstration of some gourmet art. Heard it's a pretty common thing in the District 23 back streets, but I'd rather not see it in person. Hey, I think I'm just gonna look away. That's okay, right? Just what? Doctor, weaker seaborns willingly let themselves be devoured by stronger ones, thereby sharing their experience and nutrients with them. This is a commonly accepted practice among them. It is but a behavior that prioritizes survival over all else. This isn't done in any sense of sacrifice. Time's here. Devour me. Set sail towards your ideal. Sorry, Fabby. Still got some canned food left for me on the ship, and I think I'll delay becoming a seaborn for a little while. Why? Found a new destination. I'll gain a new power from there, and then become a seaborn. So now is not yet the time. Oh, gee! Us spilling all that information about the city backfiring on us? Inconceivable! If that is your will, oh Bishop. Don't worry, your flesh will fatten the bloodkin of the sea. Mares, raise your hand, and sea terrors climb up to the vessel from the ship and begin tearing Fabius to pieces. Despite the way it looked, Fabius looked exhilarated, nary a look of suffering or pain wrinkling his face as they ripped his flesh apart. We turned away from this scene that could not be described as anything else other than cannibalism to look at Mares. Katsu, is she... Don't need to ask questions when the answer lies plainly before you, Doctor. What is happening? Wherefore these young mayors? It wasn't Fabius. Mayors was the Bishop of the Deep. Who could have foreseen that the mysterious girl with all the fucking information could so happen to be...
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만
the villain.
세월이 지나면
Certainly not I.
홍로는 그제야 알게
It was
되겠지.
inconceivable from the onset. Oh God.
이 홍로가 무엇을 바꾸었는지를.
Okay. They've played us. Don't despair, we still have the upper hand. We defeated Fabius and his cultists already, and even if they were to summon more sea terrors, we should be able to handle them without much trouble. Hey, Aegir. Just what were you thinking the entire time as you deceived us? I had a feeling I knew what she was going to say to that. She was either going to say it was for our sake that it wasn't a deception at all, or maybe she'll give us one final gloating. But her reply, the words of which were carefully selected after gazing out the far ocean, was not what any of us could have expected. I'm sorry. I thought this would be the better way to approach you, but I see how it comes across as nothing more than deception. You're sorry? Why? Dante wants to know why you're sorry. Huh? Well, that's because I did something wrong. Wait, hold on. You've been deceiving us all along, Mears, and now you're gonna... Wait, what exactly are you after? You're after the same thing that Gear was, ain't that right? Turn us into your bloodkins? It was all for our sake? Give us all kinds of ridiculous excuses to turn into one of those monsters? I do hope that you would all one day accept becoming Seaborns. But I'm not about to demand that you let yourselves be transformed today, right here and now. I understand that we all need time to mentally prepare ourselves to turn into octopi. May I understand your statement to be implying that you will not be forcing this upon us should we refuse? That's correct. It'd be against manners to do what Fabius did, shoving sea terror cells inside your body out of nowhere. Manners, huh? Well, I was taken aback by the fact that Mayers was a Bishop of the Deep. It was also true that Mayers had never tried to bring us harm, unlike Fabius, who attacked sinners directly. While she did almost get us in trouble with Irene while explaining things to us, it's also true that Mayers had been extremely helpful so far. It was her who led us to the lighthouse, and it was her who stayed in the crumbling lighthouse until the repairs were done as that terrifying night continued to assail its whales. What was your actual relationship to Fabius, by the way? Anyway, just someone who also once strove to realize the visions of our ideal worlds. Our goals once converged, but not now. I was pretty taken aback, too, when they attacked you back at the village. Maybe he got greedy when he saw Faust and Otis repairing the ship. He got greedy? Fabius believed that welcoming capable people as Bloodkin would expedite Seaborn's evolution. Cool, cool. Certainly like some cult leader, but you don't necessarily want to antagonize us. You still haven't told us what you're after, though? I'm going to the city that lies beyond the dimensional door. Your ass is getting jumped by sweepers the second you fucking try it! So, you're trying to flee to a different world where the Inquisition won't be able to chase you? This isn't running away. I just want to help the people of the city, that's all. That is incredibly cute. So I'm bringing the Seaborns with me to the city. Don't tell me. You're going to invade the city alongside those monsters, then. Then the foghorn suddenly blared and the ship shook as it began to move. The moment she arrives, 50 claws and 5 arbiters obliterate her immediately. It would be incredibly funny if a claw just showed up, used fucking... the serum, and then just fucking warped her back into her fucking dimension. Vessel masses begin to move. Is this an automated sailing program? The vessel masses will now sail towards the dimensional door. I'll let Rhodes Island and Irene go right in front of the doors. Don't worry. Did you seriously just tell us all not to worry? Faust! Please calm yourself, Dante. It has not yet been determined if that is indeed the dimensional door connecting directly back to the city. No, it has to be. The warm, shining light and the voice from within is getting clearer and clearer. Oh my fucking god. Carmen, fuck off! Why don't we just let them into the city? The battles thus far have done well enough to demonstrate the level of danger Seaborns pose. However, I doubt they'll get very far even if they were to enter the city. Don't you agree? In Hongyuan, we've all seen what happens when sapient and sentient non-human entities enter the city. The head will take action the moment they realize their presence. Huh? Of course, we must prepare ourselves for repercussions in case they decide to hold Limbus Company responsible once this dust settles. Yet it is also very likely that we will fully escape any culpability, as we saw in the memories of the Kong massacre. The what? Your thoughts, Faust? Urban nightmare. However, considering the specific attributes, it will not take long for them to rise to become a Star of the City level threat. There's a reasonable possibility that they may be issued the Imperitas Civitatis classification. Is that not an acceptable risk? If not the head, it should be manageable by a wing. This isn't that terrible of a calamity. Kaltsit shook her head resolutely. No. Your technology seems to be based on something else, which is neither Originium arts nor any of its derived technology. And that is precisely what can make your world vulnerable against Seaborns. Is it because they learn fast? Yes. Those on the front lines of the war against Seaborns stubbornly stick to using traditional low-tech weapons. Deploying high-technology weapons against them is only going to make you an enticing meal. Then can't we just let whichever unfortunate wings that ends up fighting these... Do take into account that it may take a significant amount of time to earn their trust. Even if they were to be convinced, there would be other parties with alternative perspectives on the matter, complicating issues. The situation will rapidly grow out of control if backstreet syndicates or fixtures get involved, unless the head designates a taboo to prevent it. Even then, considering what she has been saying, yes, we must consider the possibility that they may be capable of absorbing the head's technology as well before they are expelled from the city. How do you plan on helping the people of the city, mayors? Like giving them a chance to become Seaborns? What are you on about? Become Seaborns? Ain't all there either, eh? What kind of help is that? Mayors, you know that's no different than that's no different from what the Church of the Deep is doing here. No, it is different. Because someone showered the city with a light. A light? The beam of light from the White Knights and Dark Days incident. How do you... Would it be... Becoming a Seaborn is to become a part of a great will called We Many. By doing so, one can be reborn as an altruistic life form, but at the cost of ego, the sense of self. And that's always been my issue with it. Everyone has beliefs of their own, dreams of their own. It feels too empty to lose all that when they inevitably lose a sense of self as they become Seaborns. Look, I want each Seaborn to have their own wishes. But the light shining through the dimensional door to our world is too faint to push them toward that evolution. If only the light of the city could become more tangible. It just might be able to give every Seaborn an identity of their own, to remain uniquely themselves. Then why is it you advocate toward those of the city to join the Seaborns when one could simply learn more of the light before returning here? At first I thought all I needed was the clue to a better evolution. But Don Quixote's tales of adventures changed my mind. Mine adventures? You don't understand just how precarious you all are. And how could you? How would you? When you were born into that kind of world from the very start. A place where life has become a commodity, and gold one of its few religions. The city has abandoned its yesterdays to survive today, and by doing so has given up on its tomorrows. Just as I needed the light, the city needs seaboards. It needs their tenacious hold to life and their absolute unconditional selflessness. But at the end of the day, it still means that everyone has to turn into monsters. People ostracize the other. Something that isn't me, something that feels alien to me, something I don't know or understand. That fear is natural, because seaborns are not human. But you just have to cross that threshold once. Miss Mayers, do you believe the nature of humanity to be evil? Humans are selfish, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Good things can come from selfishness, that's for sure. But the side effects have simply become unsustainable. Doctor, you've been to countless battlefields where Rhodes Island has fought tooth and nail for the rights of the infected. But what came of it? Peace? No. It's the same. But still, we're all still getting better little by little. I'm not trying to deride these small incremental steps and call them meaningless. Change takes time, and should it continue, I believe your efforts can be a beacon of light that will lead humanity toward a brighter future. What about everyone who is sacrificed while you're taking your time, taking those incremental steps? Every single day of that incremental change is marred by unjust deaths. Some are enslaved for no other reason than their differences. People live on in that despair that seems to have no end. I agree with what the light told me. People are diseased. They're so sick that even in the far-flung future, even on the day the world ends, they will continue to fail to look forward, obsessed with scrutinizing each other in search of those differences. Bullshit. Even when every egg returns to the sea, they're still going to bully and hate everyone with pointed ears, label them egg ears. Even when erypathy is truly eradicated, people are still going to suspect and persecute someone as the infected. People are imperfect beings. You're right. There probably isn't anyone out there who can really sacrifice themselves for the sake of others with nothing but perfect selflessness. But not when it comes to Seaborns. They don't suffer from all this absurdity, nor are they coerced to sacrifice against their will. They have the power to progress toward a better future built from mutual understanding. Because they're the kind of life form that seeks common ground instead of scrutinizing for the differences. Do I hear that bell? The bells? A strange shaped form shimmers and materialized before Mayers. I couldn't quite tell what it was, but it was round and it looked like a tool? It is possible she had already met the conditions to FRS. A possible explanation would be the absence of the particular pull required to draw it out of her, or the insufficiency of it. This isn't anything like the arts. What is happening in front of Miss Mayers? Is our proximity to the dimensional door increasing the potency of influences coming over from the city? Precisely. The connection of Faust returning to normal levels seems to indicate that. Wait, do people in other worlds, Mayers, also manifest ego? Internal conflict and anguish is a commonality among every intelligent entity, regardless of whether they are from the city or not. Therefore, yes, Faust is quite positive on this possibility as well. However... What? What does that mean? The potential to fluoresce an ego implies the potential to distort as well. You've been dreaming for a long time, Mayers, drawing your own picture of an idealized world. You have chosen the ocean as a means to building a path toward that vision. Carmen's forcibly distorting this bitch because only I get to tell people to turn to fucking Cthulhu's. Yet, why have you failed to take that leap of faith yourself? I had to make preparations. Seaborns are beautiful, there's no doubt about that. It's just that the key piece was missing to really achieve what I want. You're not being honest with yourself. I know very well that you were afraid of becoming one of them. The fear that your own creed might crumble. You might lose your own sense of self, your ego. The fear that you might end up becoming nothing more than just another thing swept up by the ineffably overwhelming will. Isn't it terrifying? That this hope can just disappear in a blink? Who is she talking to? Is this something Limbus Company has experience with? So I'd appreciate an explanation. He's hearing that voice. When that singular faith that one had absolute confidence in breaks in one fell swoop and their ironclad will is shattered. People of the city have the potential to distort into a monstrous form at any time. It is said that these phenomena are often accompanied by the distorting individual hearing a disembodied voice. Indeed. Those who distort would oft behave as though they were engaged in a conversation. Of course, the same could be said for those who awaken. First, I thought it was Kathy. It wasn't her. The voice was beautiful, comforting, and even cozy. The kind of voice that puts all deep contemplation to sleep. So calm, so warm. No. There is more to sunshine than its warmth. The sunshine? Mersol, what are you talking about? What do you mean by this? You don't share your interest with the other devotees. Survival isn't what you care about. What you really care about is giving everyone a chance to experience what it feels like to live in a world of warmth, ephemeral though it may be. Right, we have to be about more than just belonging in our existences. What really matters isn't survival. It's what we leave behind for posterity, our legacy. As long as there's a guarantee that the light can indeed protect a sense of self, it'll be more than enough to convince people to become Seaborns. Please, you don't have to concern yourself with what other people might think, Mayors. But everyone has their own wishes. I can't just bulldoze over theirs to force mine upon them. But that's not really what you believe, is it? You know that better than anyone. While you hesitate, countless people are bound to the inescapable bridle. People who are bound to the inescapable bridle will continue to suffer. That might be true, but it's okay. You don't have to hide the shape of your heart, its colors. The only thing you have to concern yourself with is how you can lead the people of the city, and then Terra. Okay, we can't just sit here and let this happen. Operators to positions. Operators unable to approach! He's surrounded by a strange field, Doctor! Whenever someone would distort due to reasons other than the monolith, a strange pressure would prevent our approach, as though to prevent us from interfering. Looks like that applies here too, all the way over to another world. Love is our collective destination, after all. So please, let go of this tool that might break your heart. Don't force yourself to walk the path of thorns. Your pilgrimage needn't be that of suffering. No, I... You don't believe in any recourse, do you? Other than this, anyway. Don't you think we should find a better, faster path with less suffering? Before more people inevitably hurt each other with their ill intent? You're right. There is no recourse. It has to happen faster. I can't waste any more time while other people suffer. Follow your wishes. Follow your desires. And paint. Let's show them the painting of your world reflected in your eyes. Before the compassion they believe in becomes completely worthless. God fucking damn it. Oh, I can't wait for the day I get to just beat the shit out of Carmen. I'm gonna fucking pull her out of the light and just fucking repeatedly fucking punch her in the face. I understand the shape of your heart and what makes you want to enter the city. But we still know so little about the Seaborns, about Terra, about Iberia. Whatever may have lit that fire under your feet, I can't bring you with us to the city as you are now. Even before the sinners had the chance to translate my words, Mary slowly turned in my direction as though she clearly understood my words. But I must, Dante. Your adventures were full of exhilarating tales, and I saw kindness in every word and action of you and your friends, but that's not enough. You don't think they'll change? No, they will. In the far, far future. An incandescent brilliance burst forth from before Mayors. Past that light, I saw the ocean. The calm sound of gently lapping, crashing waves. The immense golden gradient. What the fuck did I just say? The immense golden brilliance. Portal. Where did it come from? Dungeon of the Fathoms. A gate that leads into one's heart. This periphery is where LCB's department specialty begins. While what lies beyond this periphery does not necessarily warrant Rhodes Island's presence. You guys help? I don't know what kind of fathoms I'm walking into, but I have a feeling that we're going to need your assistance. Dr. Cutsy. We're only here to investigate the dimensional door, but I don't want us to turn our backs on people we can help. Rhodes Island, accept Limbus Company's cooperation request. I'll go too. You're still in Iberia. I can't let Iberian business be handled solely by outsiders, let alone an instant connected to the Church of the Deep. Don't worry. It's not like this is the first time we're letting someone not in our group into a Dungeon of the Fathoms. We'll be fine. More sea terrors. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that the sea terrors were swarming the lighthouse are coming this way as well. I'll call Scotty here. Will we staying behind them? And Mia will go with you, Doctor. Following Mayors, who had already disappeared into the portal, we take our steps into the utopian world beyond. I fucking hate you so much. Well, let's get on with it. It's fine, let's stick with this.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
Usually the war is getting grimmer by the day. The sea terrors are coming, swarming. This is the day when the ocean-born calamity broke and sunk Aegir's seemingly infinite starward growth. Aren't you going to the surface, Mayors? More and more people have been getting too anxious to stay in Aegir. I'm not. If Aegir falls, it only means that the surface is soon to follow. Why? Think you'll head to the surface too? I'm thinking about it. While there weren't that many, people around me began to leave for the surface. I considered some of them to be close acquaintances. They all tried to convince me to leave with them. But fleeing my home in favor of the land didn't feel right. The foretold calamity descended. Oh, she's old! At least that's the implication, right? I'm not too terribly familiar. Aegir can live a fucking long time. It dealt a heavy blow to Aegir, but the surface suffered much worse. I had to help them. How could I not after hearing that such a terrible thing had happened? I think I'll head to the surface. Seriously? The surface? Think hard about it before you go. If you leave now, coming back might no longer be an option. Every day must be a struggle for them. They don't have to fear for the immediate tomorrow. So it's my responsibility to provide help, as someone who's better off than them, even by a little. I know, but if I don't go to the help, things only get much more dangerous for the land dwellers. Maybe that danger is the very thing that'll hurt you. I still think I have to help them. I procured myself an Igerian research vessel at a cheap price to bring me to the land. Unable to submerge itself while moving, this wasn't exactly the best ship out there, and I normally wouldn't have even given it a second look. But I thought it would help me at least navigate. I thought it would at least help me navigate the coastal sea. Didn't expect this. The very first thing I witnessed on the surface was the bottomless hostility against the Aegir. They denied an Aegir's offer for help for the sole reason that it came from the sea. They denied my compassion, my research. Get lost! We don't need your stupid research! You're from the same place as that Calamity, aren't you? You really think we're so stupid that we trust you? They confiscated my catalyst and tore my research apart. My wish to stand with them against the Calamity was devoured by the hatred born of the same Calamity. Any kindness, any compassion I gave them was repaid twofold in hatred and suspicion. Did the terrible conditions of this land transform them into monsters? Or was this always their nature? It wasn't long before the research vessel I bought from Aegir was confiscated out of suspicion. A few weeks later, when I finally came across that vessel by the beach, there was an uncanny name inscribed on its side. Rebelión de las Masas. De las Masas. Fucking hell. But none of that was enough to stop me from continuing my research for the sake of the land dwellers. I went through so many trials and errors to somehow impede the Sea Terror's rapid evolution, to revive the Iberian soil contaminated by the Netherseed brand. But my work bore barely any fruit. And I let the days float by as I watched the Inquisition arrest the Aegir one by one. When my Sea Terror samples and research notes came into view, they all looked completely different from one another, some of them with fundamentally different physiologies. Even still, nothing stopped them from being us instead of I. For the first time, I became doubtful of my efforts to interrupt their evolution. Your tales were not entirely fabrications. Mayor's is a bishop of the Church of the Deep, so that automatically makes her a sinner in the eyes of the Inquisition, regardless of her reasons. The more I studied them, the more I found them to be such compassionate, altruistic creatures. All they cared about was their survival, without even a hint of selfishness. They're not some evil monsters from the sea. Mayors, I could see that Seaborns may not be evil, but it does not matter what they are, whether they are kindly life forms or whether they are simply a different form of civilization. It doesn't matter. Because Iberia and her Inquisition does not define Seaborns as evil. Seaborns are our enemy. Threats to human existence. I have but one thing to say as an Inquisitor. You, all of you, are my enemy. But it would be a good thing for the Inquisition if I were to leave for the city, wouldn't it? Why would you say that it's a good thing for us to toss our problem into another world? That'll be like abandoning our pride. Vegeta moment. Unless the people of the city give you permission. As an Inquisitor, I can't let you do that. And don't get your hopes up about that either. You can wrap it in a box that says compassion for all you want, but Mayors, your course isn't exactly the direction I'd like to sail in. Da, da, da. As the rest of the sinners prepare for battle in silent agreement with Ishmael's stand, Mayors mutters with genuine disappointment. I didn't want to have to do this. Waves. I had no better word to describe the horde of sea terrors crashing into us. But this is the only way it could have ended. Your words are composed entirely of your own color and no one else's. Manager Dante, right? You speak. We will hold the line and defend this place against the sea terrors rushing in from the rear. So in the meantime, can you take down Mayors and deal with the remaining sea terrors? Absolutely. The manager has responded affirmatively. All operators will be drawing the sea terrors to us. We don't need to take them all down. We just need to act as a wall between the wave and the people of Olympus Company. Irene, I would like to ask for your help as well. As for Mia, please assist Olympus Company, just in case. Okay, then let the mission begin. Oh, the last mirror dungeon I'll be doing on stream for a while. Oh, it's not that long. Doesn't really matter which direction we take, does it?
이런 임무는 뱀 중에서도 내가 제일이지.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘
Answer me, Hazel
생각해보라고.
Pax. Are you sad I'm not going to be streaming Limbus Company for a
이
while?
정도 탕류의 허덕이나
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
혈염도 바로 와. 모았다. 저 해충들을
優れ
도려내라.
た式ですね。効果的な攻撃でした。
길을 열어.
정작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
무용하군요.
Yes,
모든
I'm also
것을
glad you will be free.
견뎠어.
エリートオペレー
Don't
ター並
worry,
みの腕
we'll
前
be
です。
doing the Intervallo next Friday. Not this Friday, but next Friday. Because this Friday, I'm going to be out of the state. I'm going to miss the regularly scheduled distortions, but I also appreciate my favorite streamer getting enrichment.
자,
Oh, don't you worry, I'll still be
쪽일지
distorting.
잘
I'll just be playing a different game. Oh, shit, Super Robot Wars!
목을 떨궈주마.
Oh, and also Mass Effect.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
Although I'm going to have to talk about that
넌
later.
푸름을 틔울
We'll
수도
see.
없겠구나.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
일기당신
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
이제 깨우치시길.
말로 받아.
Answer me,
넌
Hazel
푸름을
Pax.
저 해충들을
Would you rather see me
도려내라.
stream Mass Effect right away or finish the Morrowind DLCs?
길을 열어라. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
이제 깨우치시길.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
무용하군요.
Finish Morrowind, then you can focus solely on
깨우치시길.
Mass Effect after? Alright. Keep in mind though, it would only be
깨우치시길.
넌 푸름을
until
틔울
Gramp is
수도
available for Guild Wars
없겠구나.
2 again.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
There seems to be a commotion at the village square. Villagers surrounding someone with a clear intent to threaten. Evil sorcerer's gone. So why won't this calamity end? Explain. Be honest, you couldn't just stand to watch Iberia thrive, could you? If it weren't for that calamity, we would have... Look, please, I'm just here to share some research notes. What? How to fight those sea monsters? Oh, now you're looking to help us? Newsflash, it's too damn late! These scraps of paper won't do anything to help us. Locals firmly believe that the calamity was brought here by Aegir's. Actually, next Friday will probably be us doing the W Corp event, the Warp Train again. But this time it has voice acting, so I don't have to fucking, you know. No, I didn't say I was gonna roll for fucking W Corp stuff. I just meant, like, I will stream Limbus again sometime soon, just not every fucking day again. That's what it's off to this. I can feel the mob turning towards us. An evil sorcerer started the profound silence. He pretended to work for us, but it turned out he was driven by envy for Iberia's prosperity. Don't try to stop us, outsiders. They came for the sea, just like the sorcerer himself. As they were protesting, the hungry, haggard look of the villagers came to the sinner's eyes. A villager cradling an empty bundle of cloth, a child holding a staff and a hat that was too large for him. You've all lost a lot, and that void in your heart blinds you. It makes it unbearable to keep your emotions in check. This is how they deal with sorrow. There were no emotions or intent to be found in the great calamity that devoured Iberia whole. So they sharpened their sorrows into wayward wraths against those who come from the sea, just like the calamity itself. Which means someone needs to direct their anger against the rightful foes. Irene? Step back, citizen. Even if we were determined that the Aegir has committed crimes, it falls under the Inquisition's jurisdiction to carry out the consequences. The Aegir is innocent. You understand that your actions cannot be permitted. It seemed that Irene managed to provoke some thought in the mob as they slowly walked away from the Aegir, until they eventually scattered away. Thank you. As you can see, I hail from Aegir. Ever since the profound silence, I devoted myself to studying seaborns and nether sea brand to help the land dwellers. I don't know where my colleagues have all gone, but what's the point of this anymore? They don't want my help, so why should I give it to them? He seems crestfallen by his experience at Iberia. They might not, but there has to be someone who needs your help. Maybe so. Maybe it was just a matter of what they actually want. I should approach this more carefully and possibly find a different research angle. Maybe it should be about trying to find a way to restore the soil from all the salt that destroyed it. Oh, if you're headed out to sea, would you take this with you? These are years' worth of sea terror research notes. Take them. Maybe you'll find more use for them than I or the land dwellers did. After handing over his research notes, the Aegir walks away with an unburdened expression.
봤어? 이런 건 다른 뱀들보다 내가 더 잘한다고.
Deal 10% damage against enemies, 1% for every enemy defeated or every part broken there's an encounter, max 20%. Can activate the above effect by breaking the same part repeatedly. There are sea terrors among enemies that above effect activates a maximum potential regardless of the conditions. Oh! So we just fucking kicked her ass.
필두, 출진.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
Not unfocused. So this means... Answer me, Heisho Pax.
토끼를 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
Are you ready for Kingdom Hearts stream?
優れた式ですね。
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
効果的な攻撃でした。
Why is everyone playing only the event right now? In my case, it's because I have been playing this game for the past month, trying to catch up to the story, so that I wouldn't get spoiled by some fucking crossover event.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
敵は深手を負っています。
불가,
시비수에게 명한다.
막아내지 못한
이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
Die!
틈을 끊어.
Wait, when do you shoot KH anyway?
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
Sundays! Or whenever we finish Playtrough on Thursdays.
깔끔하게 몰았군.
敵は深手を負っています。
Kind of feels like a waste, but whatever.
불가 위약. 막아내지 못하리.
말로 고작 이 정도 탕류의
サンタさん
허덕이나.
のそしてとても
도련해. 오야.
훌륭하군요. 이제 깨우치시길.
Fast, it has 3 HP, just fucking obliterate it!
敵は深手を負っています。
It literally doesn't matter. I can just fucking win rate this thing. It doesn't matter. I don't have to be efficient
목을
without.
떨고 죽는 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Die!
하나 넘고 셋 넘고 무수히 넘고.
これがリンバスカンパニーの戦闘。私もまた一つ学ばせていただきました。
Okay, one more encounter, then it's time for the final fight.
횃대에서 내려 전장으로.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay,
何か変化が。
I think this is fine. Whatever, send it.
무용하군요.
Frankly, I'm impressed I got as far as I did in Limbus before playing this fucking event.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
ドクターのように優れた
Had
式
to
ですね。
endure some fucking bullshit along the way, but
혈연도 봐라.
for the most part, I did a pretty okay job, I think.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
敵は深手を負っています。
You know what? Go kill this Reaper. That works.
자,
시비수에게
어느 쪽일지
명한다.
잘
이
생각해보라고.
앞에 숨쉬는 자
훌륭하군요.
누구 하나 세게 보내지 마라. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Man, I'm bad at
この
math.
ままいけば敵を食い止められます。
Who are you targeting? Okay, that works.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
훌륭하군요.
Answer me, Heisho Pax.
토끼를 고작 이 정도 탕류의
How do we
허덕이
prank
저
mayors?
해충들을 도려내라.
틈을 끊어. 바로
Death!
効果的な攻撃でした。
길을 열어라.
適した攻撃でなくとも最善の選択だったはずです。
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고 깔끔하게 물었군.
Man, these sea terror notes hit different.
敵は深手を負っています。
Alright, go.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
이제 깨우치시길.
친히 목을 떨고 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이.
These fights do go on longer than I'd care for them to, but... Oh well, that's how it's gonna be. That's how it's gonna be.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Are you ready for the death you've earned, you little sea slug?
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
Alright. Send it.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
틈을 끊어. 바로 이 무용하군요.
Cool.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
깔끔하게 물었군.
Die.
이제 깨우치시길.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
Alright, Oh. That'll be fine. That'll be fine. Answer me, Hazel Pex. Is it gonna be fine?
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 말로 고작 이 정도 탕류의 저 해충들을 도려내.
Oh, we attacked the boat.
바람 불어오는 대로 혈연도 버려라.
That was nice.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
Die!
확 물어버리자고.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
One more occurrence, and then it's time for the boss fight, and then we are finally done with Limbus Company. Atop a steep coastal cliff, an old man is staring out to the far ocean, peering through the gate. Approach! We ask the old man what he's doing here, and he turns around with a good-natured laugh. I was once a lighthouse keeper. I used to bring the eye of Iberia's light to the dark sea. I'm looking out to the sea, watching the lighthouse beyond the cresting waves. I look to where the old man points, but I don't see any lighthouses there. Just tall, cresting waves mercilessly pummeling the cliffs. I miss those days dearly, days of brilliance when I would illuminate the vast ocean. Once a profound silence came and went, Iberia became too quiet, too dark. The old man's fingers gently caressed the keys in his hand, eyes full of longing. Ask if the key belonged to the lighthouse. Why not, you son? This is the last evidence in this world that light ever existed out there at sea. The lighthouse keeper always had to carry 3 keys on them. One to open doors, one to send messages, and one to light the sea. I don't suppose they'll do any of that now. Take it. I don't know where you're going, but one of these keys may come in handy. I tried to refuse, but the old man was insistent as he placed the key in my hand. Remember that there was once a lighthouse here. But the sea wasn't always dark. As we were descending the cliffs after bidding the old man farewell, I heard the splash of waves coming from behind us. The old man was nowhere to be seen on the cliff. Eagle gift, silver key bundle obtained.
이것이 말의 행진이요.
In boss fights, gain 1 ego resource for the 3 least owned affinities at the start of the turn. If ego skills used this turn, gain 3 ego resource for least owned affinity. At the center of what appears to be an arc symbolizing the city, at the center of that brilliant golden light must be Mayor's. Take a quick break here. You alright, Doctor? I just need to take a quick breather. You should probably work on your cardio, or Miss Amiya might have to piggyback you around. Yeah, well, once we get back, I'll start working out like Cal suggested. Executive manager, if it ever comes to it, you may trust me with the piggybacking. I'm good. Perhaps being in close proximity to Mayor's vision of Utopia in the center of the light did something. Seaborns near us only gave a passing glance without attacking us. Something about the way they looked at us felt like they were concerned about us. The sinners couldn't help but look away with a funny feeling. I feel sorrow, regret. Maybe these feelings are denials for all this time she spent agonizing over this. Can we really bring back Miss Mayers? We'll help her return. That's what we're here to do, after all. Alright, let's rest up for a bit before moving on. After taking enough rest, we continue on toward the refracted light. Are you ready to fucking eat shit?
필두 출진.
Oh, we're just going in! Okay. Mayor's despair. The repulsiveness of people's ill intents, and the faint hope of the light found within. All kinds of emotions and memories rise to the surface of Amiya's phantoms. Phantoms? Fathoms. Then sink again. Those same thoughts seep into me as well, unfiltered. The sins that people have committed won't just go away. Humanity's ill intent will propagate unimpeded too. But the tides that Miss Mayers is trying to summon into Dowson will devour humanity, their civilization, and the city they came from. So, I don't think that's the right way to go. Not as long as Dante and the people of Limbus Company refuse. This isn't like the time I retrieved the ego. In place of the light, a speck of darkness casts a shadow. A strange power courses through me before radiating toward the sinners. All sinners gain emotional connection for the duration of this encounter.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
I was going to give up.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
Yeah, okay. Oh, seriously. Yeah, alright, so it's kill more mobs, huh? Well, might as well get the show started. Said it.
날개를 펼치고 시비수에게 명 발톱을 걸어. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えま
목을
した。
떨고 주마.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라.
効果的な攻撃でした。
혈연도 바로.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
Well, I suppose it's Rhodia's time to shine, yeah? This should work. Answer me, Heisho Pax.
敵視攻
You
撃
sending
の
itself
も
back
最
home
善
or
の選
what?
択だったはずです
무용하군요.
Death!
묘야. 넌 푸름을 틔울
ドク
수도
ターの
없겠고.
ように優れた式ですね
무용하군요.
기록에 따라 당신을 반드시 집행하겠습니다.
단테 さんの作戦とても効果的でした
That all you got?
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
혈염도 바로. 뭐야?
Here comes the big one.
무용하면서 깨우치시게.
敵は深手を負っています
Hey, Gregor, what are your stacks at? Did I not fucking use...
또아리를 튼 뱀 근처에
I didn't, I'm stupid.
오지 말랬잖아.
Oh, that's scary. This should work. Okay, let's go.
일기당천.
이제
You're just enjoying the boss theme? It is a good boss theme. Oh, never mind. I guess we're on a new phase. Yippee! Okay, and? You've aged a lot since the last time we met, Fabi. Is this a characteristic of your sub-race? You haven't aged a day. The arrogantest thing off ever. So what brings you to the Church of Thief? Seaborns are indispensable in our preparation for the impending doom. Nothing. I mean, nothing else can ensure the survival of humanity. Thus, it would only be right for me to join hands with those who are willing and able to become Seaborns. Is there a way to prolong our existences? You're looking to use the knowledge of the wise and the talented as nourishment for Seaborns. But that won't do anything more than prolong our existences. But is survival alone not enough? I thought a bishop of the church would share a majority of that belief with me. Abby, you and I have both put our faith in the Seaborns, but the word faith might mean something different for you than it does for me. Seaborns shouldn't be our object of worship. We have to stand on equal ground as them and set our eyes on their natures. Please step aside. Desperation, sadness, sympathy. Mare's emotions gush upward, carried by bubbles. Terra. A land in which the hatred for the different has entrenched itself. The city, a place in which people, crushed by the trials of life, have surrendered to its absurdities. They both need the Seaborns, perfected beneath the light. That is but your wish, Miss Mayers. Faust does not believe them to be necessary elements for the city. Even in the city, there are people who are searching for reasons to live on, dreaming of a better world. We all know it can't possibly be easy to change, but there has to be some kind of worth, value, in that process alone. In the lives we lead within the city. What worth could there be to a life of the unkind? The kind of life humanity is doomed to exist in, where all we ever do is hurt and hate one another. Listen, efficient order, natural altruism. They're both virtues humanity should never lose sight of. But there's no such thing as absolutes when it comes to the value of life. Survival is the right of all civilization, which means that it should never be up to others to define the worth of life, to argue for it. What if there's no other way? Can you even understand what I'm saying? Some time had passed since I made Faro Muerto my home. Unlike my prediction, the Seaborn's evolution seemed to have lost its explosive progress, and Fabius seemed to be content just observing their slow development. Maybe it's because they're directionless, without a specific wish. Even still, Seaborns were the key to changing Terra, the land. To stand against the incoming calamity, we needed that survivability and adaptability. And the humanity that has turned exhaustion into ill intent needed the Seaborns' blind, selfless altruism toward their own. So while I never stopped my studies, something small but sharp continued to stab at my frustrated heart. Stultified and unable to be resolved. If we are able to lose even our sense of self and creed, assimilated into this stagnated great will, for the sake of survival, civilization had to be more. For the sake of us, I had to be no more. The realization of that paradox made the first crack in my confidence that Seaborns were the answers to the problem Iberia, the land, and humanity faced. And through the cracks, the seeds of doubt were sown. But I'd already come too far to find a path more beautiful than the Seaborns. No more wasting time with these stupid urbanations. There has to be a way. Some kind of condition Seaborns need to fulfill to retain their sense of selves, to retain their individual hopes and wishes. I stood adrift atop the inundation of years I dedicated to this purpose, holding on to this precious hope and steeled my shaking heart. And that was the easy part. There are no better solutions. Don't look away from the answer that lies in front of me. All I need to do is find a way for Seaborns to hope and wish. To have them each carry a sense of self. I just had to repeat that to myself like a mantra, again and again. My face on my form empties. But my drifting days came to an end when I found a new path, illuminated by the strange light from across the sea. On that day, yes, the day when that faint blue light shone, a whisper visited me. Who's there? Whose voice is... What? The answer, sought through eons by people I didn't recognize, played over and over in my ears. The voice that spoke it was muffled but warm and beautiful. The light of the city, the hearts that were lost, the emotions that were forgotten, the sense of self that... No, that's enough of that. But I'd like to hear more about the light. The light that has sprouted from the 10 virtues. 10 virtues, you say? and the image those words drew in my mind was clearer and more beautiful than ever. Terra, the city, they both failed to find a way out of this bridle. If they're going to be satisfied with living on as they are, then... You can't change what you see by standing still. If you want to bring about a better world, then, even if you may be lost in the ideals, you have to keep walking. Survival. Worth of life. As I've never been too certain about either of those complicated ideas, I had no unflinching creed with which to convince her. That's not to say that the city has no need of the altruistic nature Mayors wants to bring there. That's not to say I have a better answer than the combination of Seaborns and the light. Even still, the emotions, the regrets, the conversations that I found and collected over this journey alongside the sinners become my answer, and I tick on. Honestly, I don't really know the city all that well either. My memory only goes back a year, and for what is practically my mere existence, what is practically my entire existence, I've been surrounded by the sinners in our adventure. Still, we want to keep trying. You're right, the city is an absurd, vicious place. Something new and horrible surprises me every other day. But, Mayors, that light you spoke of, I don't think that's what protects the ego, the sense of self. To protect it, you have to first look unflinchingly both ways. The path that lies ahead, and the one that you've walked. Then you confront them both. It can't be right. Light, it has to! You're just working based on what you heard about the city and the light, ain't that right? How can you be so confident that the light will be able to protect the Seaborn sense of selves? Ain't that just what you want to believe? I think it's a distinct possibility. Even if the light can do what you hope it does, Mayors, it won't change anything. Turning our nature's kind by transforming us into Seaborns? A convenient method like that isn't our path. Because the sense of self protected like that, the kind nature retained like that, wouldn't be our own. It'd be yours, Mayors. Protecting your own sense of self while being compassionate and kind, it's a path of unbearable suffering. We might fail some days, despite our best efforts. Some days we'll be forced to confront the sins of our past and suffer. Verily, not one of us are, as we are now, may see the culmination of that path. Yet, I can hardly find it within myself to simply leave it all in thy hands without so much as trying. You're saying that Seaborns can't be the answer I've always sought. It doesn't make much sense if you think about it, Mayors. Those sea monsters don't even know what self means. That's why they show no hesitation before sacrifice. If you were to introduce the sense of self to those sea monsters, the selflessness you want will be no more. No more. She's a Seaborn-shaped distortion who is not a Seaborn, and endlessly anguished contemplating distortion. If Mayors wishes to achieve an altruistic world, then her desire has to be that she doesn't want her efforts to become meaningless. Seaborns may be the perfect answer for some people. A recent example, Fabius. It seems clear to me that it was precisely his wish. But that doesn't seem to align with yours. Find a new answer, Miss Mayors. You're telling me I have to go back to wandering for so much time again? In search of that new answer? You won't be alone on that path. Walk it together, relying on one another, and it won't feel as long. Trying to carry such a heavy burden all by yourself, Miss Mayors, it's such a prideful thing to do.
タンテさん、なんだかただならぬ気配を感じます。
Oh yeah, baby. Fuck it, why not? Excuse me? Fuck it, here goes.
목을 콱 물어버리자고. 틈을 끊어. 바로.
Answer me, Heisho Pants. Did I just fuck up?
저 해충들을 도려내.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
오여. 길을 열어라.
환상의 세계로 들어가 보죠.
Let's check out Dimension Shredder.
색색이 황홀하고 아예 기억 못하게 하려는 길이구려. 눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마라.
나의 손으로 잘라낼 수 있다면
Excuse me, I need to be right back.
기록에 따라 당신을 반드시 집행하겠습니다.
모험하군.
Wow, talk about cutting things off with climax, huh? Sorry about that. Let's finish this. Tides carry away the windows to Mayor's past, soon devouring them beyond vision. It's almost as if Mayor's in the dungeon of the Fathoms. No, the ocean itself is fusing into one. The majority of distortions encountered by the bus team have assumed a form generally recognized as an organic entity. However, there's nothing preventing a distortion's form from breaking that boundary and taking a different shape, as it may vary by the individual's desires. If a distortion is allowed to exacerbate undeterred, it may eventually corrode this very space in which we stand. As we were taking some time to catch our breaths, a few small machines tumbled to the ground, shot from one of the trembling fathoms. It must be one of those mysterious machines in Mayor's home we saw when we peered into their memories. The machines continued to whir loudly as though the waves broke them. We saw that there are various apparatus attached to the sockets on their sides. Expensive they appear, yet how numerous they are. Well, you know, maybe she's similar to one of those Fitcher fellas who are always hell-bent on picking up every new cutting-edge workshop tech. Huh, it says a little handy down here. This has an oddly similar structure to the Hand of the Saint the Inquisitor brought. Then shall this fantastically wonderful machine be of assistance in our battles? Rhodes Island already seems to have their hands full holding the line against the tide of sea terrors. We should probably take just one and leave the rest to help them out. After a quick discussion with the sinners, we decided to take just one of the machines. Fucking hell, what'd I do? Safeguarding effects against stagger. I don't really understand how it works, but it sure sounds helpful.
皆さん、しっかりしてください。
I see. Oh, hi Lulu. How many stacks are you at, Gregor? 11. The music sounds so intense. This is the final boss! You joined at a wonderful and opportune time. Fuck it, let's see what happens.
일기당천.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을
I'm
구하시.
summoning cat girls from beyond the rift!
색색이 황홀하고 아예 기억 못하게 하려는 길이구려.
Did you read his zeros hurt my soul? Don't worry, we're gonna breach the barrier eventually.
환상의 세계로 들어가 보죠.
Mouth. Oh, you mean Joe's the repeated monster stabs?
변해 있었어.
It'll happen. He's got large amounts of protection. Oh, she cracked. It's time to kill her, everyone.
잘라낼 수 있다면
기록에 따라 당신을 반드시 집행하겠습니다.
컴퍼니の皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
Kick her ass!
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Oh, I
이
should have used
몸을
Gregor's
온다는
whatever.
벌하심에 기꺼이 죄를 받아들이나이다.
틈을 끊어
Death!
바로 이
다음은
Go
어디로?
us! After all this time, it's finally over. It's true that people scrutinize others for differences, to find something they can hate. But it's also true that it is often those very differences that people look up to. Oh my fucking... Now? Now? I'm trying to go home, bro! And admiration usually goes hand in hand with overestimation. Yes, and Miss Mayers admired these two unknowns, Seaborns and the Light. She thought they would be a solution to everything. Mayers, do you still want to go to the city? No. I'll remain here in Terra. I'll rot in my studies, and I'll talk more. To find a new path toward realizing my wish. As for what will happen now, Miss Mayers, we're going to need to have a long talk with the Inquisition, but we'll help too. We'll help you in your search for that path if we can. The great arc built from the city crumbles. Light fades and gives way to shadows. We find ourselves back aboard the vessel Massas. Battle complete. Vessel Massas, it's slowing down. How's Miss Mayers? Here, unconscious. The mental strain seems to have taken its toll. It all happened inside the Dungeon of the Fathoms, but can't have been too easy on her mind to send so many waves after us. What'll happen to Miss Mayers now? First, we'll wait for the Inquisition's ruling, then bring her to Rhodes Island. Bring her across the beam and Doctor can convince Iberia to lease her into Rhodes Island custody. Nah, she's going to hell. Straight to hell. Her efforts were misguided, but she also had Terra's best interest at heart. Together, I'm sure we can discuss a better way forward. What if she's sentenced to death? Then we will need to offer a different proposal. We can consider it when we get to it, Doctor. It's finally over. All we have to do is go back. As we were preparing to leave with our hearts much lighter than they were earlier. Hold on, everyone. Something's rapidly approaching us. A low thrumming roar vibrates the air as a strange shadow looms over the ship. Where'd this shade come from? Wait, is that? Almost as if driven by instinct, Ishmael takes the radio from Gregor and runs into the control room. Something must have clicked Notice's head as she also turned and ran after Ishmael. If those two are running into the bridge... Freeze! Grab onto something! Oh, bollocks, mucking it up right before the finish line. Doctor, Dante's advised that we grab onto something. I see, they're preparing to turn the ship around. Everyone, brace for impact. Stay alert, something's coming. The ship leaned heavily as it hurriedly turned port side, and I caught a glimpse of how a massive shadow... I caught a glimpse of a massive shadow gliding just beneath the Wander's surface, right where the ship was a second ago. It's a Seaborn, about the size of... No, slightly larger than the vessel Massas. Mamiya's communicator buzzes with Ishmael's voice. The currents are going wild. Wait, no, something's causing these currents to go wild. We'll try our best to maintain evasive maneuvers for as long as possible, but we can't do this forever. If the situation does not improve, we may have to take vessel Masas to cross the dimensional door. Does Rhodes Island have any way out of this quandary? Not at this moment, but we have to come up with one now and fast. Dante, does anything come to mind? We should first figure out why that Seaborn's coming after us. Copy that. I'll focus on steering the ship, so keep us updated. With that, the ship immediately begins a sharp turn, narrowly dodging the ponderous body of the Seaborn as it swims by. Remember to exchange everything? I did that weeks ago! We can't just take the whole ship across the dimensional door. We're not the only ones on it. But the sea's too wild to simply turn around and let the others leave. It's almost like it's obsessed with the ship. Just why could it possibly be coming after the ship all of a sudden? Could it be that Fabius's order? It's coming after me. Scotty? You? Yes, I'm their enemy, an abyssal hunter. As though to prove it, the giant beast began to charge against the bow of the ship the moment Scotty repositioned herself here. Just what are the abyssal hunters? Why are they so gung-ho about trying to kill you? Abyssal hunters are those who hunt the sea terrors and seaboards. Of course, this isn't based on any emotion such as vengeance or resentment. It's Scotty's. Well, that's not important right now. What matters is that they're solely targeting Scotty. Operators of Rhodes Island are heavily fatigued at this moment from their long defense against the waves in the Dungeon of the Fathoms. The same could be said of us and Miss Amiya, who battled mayors in the meantime. To engage the Seaborn in this particular circumstances... Oh? Something shakes the vessel Masas once again. What's this now? There's more? There are indeed multiple entities surrounding our ship, however. A violent, destructive sound crashes through the waves toward vessel Masas. Past a sudden wall of mist, there was... We're lucky. Or was this simply how it was supposed to go? The last knight has decided to... Sir Knight? 2 Seaborns. It's going to be fine, Miss Inquisitor. If he's the same knight we fought earlier, I doubt he'll be able to stop himself from charging at that giant of a sea monster. Like Hongwu said, the knight charged straight at the giant rough wave, at the great Seaborn as though he had hardly noticed our presence. We can help the knight repel that Seaborn. We just might have a shot at sending Limbus Company back to the dimensional door and escaping aboard the vessel Masas ourselves. Can everyone still move? I'm almost at my limit, but I can still move. We got a plan, and I'd like for everyone to trust me on this. What are the chances of Mayor's being a permanent addition to AK? Fuck if I know. I maxed out the event long before I even touched this. I have redeemed everything. Things weren't so bad outside after you'd entered the portal. Now's the time for the hunter to get to work. The bright ray of light from Irene's lamp shines upon those atop the deck, while Scotty leaps tall into the air using the ship's bow as her launching pad. The operators each scatter to their appropriate positions as commanded by the doctor. Ishmael and Otis both exited to the decks as well, presumably having found someone to steer the ship. Is it okay to have you two out here? This scout seemed to know enough about seafaring to take over. While this crisis is far from over, she was good enough that it was reasonable for us to leave the ship steering to her and send to the decks for our return. It doesn't seem like we'll... Oops. We'll all be able to bid you goodbye. Are you sure you're all going to be okay? We could stay a little longer and help. I appreciate the sentiment. I really do, but... Amiya pointed toward the dimensional door, which had shrunk significantly smaller since the first time we saw it. You don't have much time. I wonder if it was only supposed to open for a set period of time, or what if it's closing now because our work here is done? There's precious little we could learn about it now, but it was obvious that our time here was coming to an end. Thanks, Amiya. We would have been lost for a while in this world if it weren't for Rhodes Island's help. Well, thanks to you, we should be able to sufficiently study the dimensional door before we return. Time to say goodbye to the Iberian sea breeze, I guess. You have any idea how big the pile of paperwork is going to be at the Inquisition? Meretha, try not to drop into Iberia next time. You got that? Sure. Let's all stay nicely put in our own worlds. As the great Seaborn briefly falters at the combined might of Scotty and the Knight, the ship's bow managed to stop inches from the dimensional door. Manager, now's your chance. Get to the dimensional door. someday I hope we can meet again. We shall take our leave. Let's return to the city. The sea had turned into a brutal battlefield, terrible roars contending with one another. After taking one final look at Rhodes Island defending the vessel Massas, we leaped into the pitch-black darkness at the center of the dimensional door. I'm swept away by the tides of consciousness. The river draws out my memories and consciousness, sublimating them away. Then... Where is... Is this Yihong Yuan? I look around and see the sinners strewn about the room, dozing off. I see Heathcliff crash like that all the time, but how did everyone crash at the same time, sleeping against the walls? A bizarre sensation that something was truly amiss crawls up my spine. Oh, you've come too. Now that you have come too, I request that you continue your rest in your chamber. Your presence here makes it difficult to conduct cleaning activities in areas adjacent to your body. Huh? What? We just came through the dimensional door after Rhodes Island. Rhodes? You were transferred here after the LCCA discovered your company unconscious at the entrance of a Lobotomy Corp branch. I feel like I just went through a memorable experience, but I can't recall what. There was a hole in my memory, and a strange emotional tug at my heart. An ego I don't ever recall extracting. Num, Roshanante, Prithi, avail me but 5 more minutes of scheduling wooden training dummies to wake you in 5 minutes. But the bizarre sensation naturally settles. Fuck you, game. What was that abnormality? What just happened? I don't have any answers to either of those questions, but... Wait, where's Sode? He said something about how there's been a delay or something. I can't find Sode, who's been bringing us odd jobs here and there during our stay anywhere in Yihong Yuan. But on the desk, I did find a note filled with various requests and a letter, both presumably left behind by Sode. You got a distortion contract. Come on, time to earn your keep. You weren't going to lounge around until we got a message from ATQ, right? Are they allergic to giving us time off or something? In that moment, a certain voice briefly surfaces from the abyss of my memories, before sinking again. There's no such thing as absolutes when it comes to the value of life. Which means that it should never be up to the others. Never should be up to others to define the worth of life, to argue for it. The worth of life? I don't quite recall who said that, or even where I heard it from. Honestly, I don't even understand what exactly it was supposed to mean. You can't change what you see by standing still. You want to bring about a better world, then. Even if you may be lost in the ideals. Even still, some of those words left a lingering impression on my heart. You have to keep walking. Unable to sit still, I got up from my seat and began waking up the sinners one by one. Yeah, it's not like we're getting anything done here. On your feet, guys. Time to get to work. The sinners each begin waking up, some of them looking around to get their bearings. Like they were just pulled out of a long dream.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의의를 다른 사람에게 요청하였으니 내일은
What a fucking
떳떳이
unit!
살아갈 수 있겠군요.
What a fucking unit! And with that, everyone, we're fucking done. We tried our best, but God help me, they would not fucking give me that third fucking ego. Fucking Jesus shit on a stick. Well, oh well. That's it, everyone. Let's see, what's today? Today's... Well, I started shooting on Tuesdays. Wednesday night, I think I might start doing Morrowind again. We'll see. This little break from doing Limbus every fucking day will give me time to level up my units and get my own horse. So thank you everyone for watching. Quick chit chatter, slam the streamer with money so he can pull. They already tried that. It didn't fucking work. $470 fucking one pulls! Thank you everyone for watching. If you're new to the channel, please consider giving me a follow here at twitch.tv/wildwesson. Otherwise, you can subscribe to me on YouTube. I also post on X and Twitter, usually stuff related to the games that I'm playing. You can also join my Discord by typing !Discord in my Twitch chat and clicking the invite link from there. Until then, is anyone live right now? Anyone I know live? You guys like Toho? God, that's another fucking game I need to get back to. Alright, I will raid Commissar Bear. He's streaming Fantasy Maiden Wars, which is Toho, but as like a Fire Emblem. Shut up, I know you're gonna mention Super Robot Wars. I'm not. We will face that demon when it comes time for it. Alright. Have a pleasant evening, afternoon, morning, whatever time it is, whenever you are. I am gonna eat a burrito and then crash. Good night.